What? You're all starting already? I mean, you think I'm... There's no such thing as a late chaos. There's just a thing called on-time chaos. And anyway, not like it was my fault. I was too busy sending people deets about the stuff. Alright, let's do that. Do that. Give me a second, folks. And we're about to start. You guys are just salty, that's all. Why was I locked out? Oh, come on! You literally locked me out of everything. How dare you? What the? This isn't even real. Punching thing just locked me out of everything. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Yeah, go for it. And you're gonna need my mobile phone, right? We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. We're almost there. Don't be living with delusions of grandeur like some people. We believe, and that's the most important thing. Okay, so then we go bada bing and bada bing. And then we go here. At least you can hear me, right? So it doesn't mean I'm technically late, right? I mean, I'm technically on time. I'm just doing the thing, which you guys all appreciate. But you know, the thing is about to start. So that's done. That's done. That's good. What am I missing? A source. Good sheet. That's there. So this is either going to be working amazingly well, and my cat just crashed into the room, which is a little bit funny. I called you my cat. My little kitten. What the fudging hell did you go? Alright, so I think we are virtually ready. I know chat is missing me a lot right now. But we're there, chat. We're there. We're there, chat. Well, that's not right. I will accept your stuff. And that's the socials done. Because I'm a professional like that, you see? Unlike you guys who are not professional, I am totally professional with this shit. Alright, this can go here. Hello! How goes it? How's it going? Hey, look, my professionalism is like on another level. You don't even need to know. You guys just salty that my professionalism has just gone through the roof at this point. It's on another level. Alright, that's all good. That's all good. This is decided that that's all good. No, look. We finally got there yesterday. It finally happened, all right? And it was a very emotional end to a thrilling saga. I know you guys will not believe me, but trust when I say that ending was insanely crazy. And I know most of you are now panicking like, what the hell? Chaos actually finished the game? Don't worry, it's a gacha game. It was an update. It was a 4-hour experience, but my god, was it amazing. Thank you for the 12 months bullets. So we can minimize this one now because we need to make sure I can actually see X, because X decides that it's not going to. Oh, it's just weird. Let's just put it like that. All right, so we've got all of our chats going at once. Quake Doom, you're over at Twitch. Thank you very much. Nice to see you, buddy. Where the hell did I go? You can go away. Chat, I think I broke something. I did. And I'm about to fix something. Oh, ain't I amazing, chat? See? I'm amazing. Just do a quick test. Hi. It will go to everyone. There you go. It's gone to everyone. Alright. So, how are we doing today? PlayStation is third party. I'm screwed. Why am I screwed, Mr. Glass? Why am I screwed? Oh, the troll's coming. What did we talk about? One of the topics that we spoke about today, which I'm going to cover today, is Oblivion. And then we covered essentially, I mean, there was 3 or 4 topics, but the whole PlayStation and Xbox stuff kind of went on for quite a while and took center stage. So it was essentially that stuff, which I'm going to be covering in this stream as well, among other stuff. But it was actually quite interesting. And it was, do you know what? It was actually nice being invited to another podcast. I appreciate DemoFlow has never held back from inviting me, and I appreciate that. But hopefully, for those that did attend that one, you know, people enjoyed the back and forth. Devin, thank you so much for the 149 super sticker. I appreciate you. That does place you quite nicely at top place. I know that is what you're aiming for. And you are firmly there. Harris, you should ask. No. No one needs to ask if we are there yet. She finally arrived at a destination, which isn't a good place to be. But, you know, they decided that they were going to go down that route. So she's done. Finished. Game over. But how's everyone been? PlayStation and Xbox dating now? Mate, it's been crazy. I mean, I think the best thing for me so far out of this whole thing has just been the complete mental breakdown of PlayStation fans. It's been absolutely amazing to watch. I mean, some people have just completely disappeared to the point where I don't even know if they're actually disappeared for the sake of disappearing, or my mind goes to really, really weird places. So hopefully they're okay. You know, Tim Dog probably has, you know, checked off Xbox, checked off PlayStation now. He's off to Nintendo to finish the job. It's about time you got on there. I like boom, the heat damage controls. Yeah, you know me, mate. I don't damage control. Hey, do you want to know how bad it's gotten with them? They're arguing with Grok. They've started. They've given up arguing with real people. They're now arguing with AI and saying that AI is wrong. I mean, it's wild, man. Oh, it is wild. Like, can you imagine they've just sat there and started arguing with AI? Oh, that's good to hear, Badishaw. JT Gamer. Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And why not? You got an ad? It ain't so. Catty Gamer? You're watching some amazing gameplay that doesn't belong to me. I'm not going to take credit. It is, you know, this isn't my gameplay. This is my kid's gameplay. I asked him to record some stuff for some background stuff. He was going to do COD, but at the time he was on Valorant, so he just recorded some Valorant stuff for me. Oh God, RNU as well? No, stop it. You don't need to do it anymore. It's done with. Oh God, I'm going to be hearing that for like a long time. You know what? This is the reason why I did not pull full over. I think I'd end up going nuts. PS5 lows, I think that's the understatement of the century. What did I eat tonight? Chicken and chips. Invictus, absolutely. Mate, you don't want my... You don't want my Valorant gameplay. My Valorant gameplay is like, no bueno, man. No. Ah, so Ghosty was at Wagamama's. Am I right, Ghosty? Or am I right? Oh God, this is gonna... On a brighter note, I don't have to hear it on Twitch because I'm not... I even though I am live on Twitch, I'm actually focused on YouTube. The text-to-speak doesn't work, come through for that, which is great. And if you have to do it here, you got a super chat, so no one's gonna do that. So I'm safe. You guys don't get me this time. You guys literally murdered me last night. My brain was frazzled. I'll wait until Battlefield releases. 2042 looked cool and it was a disaster. Look, I get it, but this one actually does look kind of good though. You made it yourself? Wagamama recipe? JT Gamer, the problem is with that is, at what frame rate and resolution are they going to run? No, I meant recipe, Ghosty. Recipe. X-Files, obviously. Oh god, the pit started too. This is going to be a reoccurring theme, isn't it? It's going to be a reoccurring theme. You should not do it, chat. Bad chat. Bad chat. But hello to everyone that's on X, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. Alright, I think we're in a good place to start now. We've kind of had our little Devin gift. I'm buying Helldivers 2 Super F Edition to support more games going to Xbox. Did that already. I did my bidding. It's one of the few games now that I actually own on all three formats. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get Helldivers for whatchamacallit? Switch. Then the Nintendo's gonna well and truly chime in and do their thing. Yeah, but how will it run UE5? Because everything's moving to UE5. That's the question. Right? PlayStation is dead. Is that what DCG is saying? Man, I couldn't believe the way... Wait. Who's in Chaos Discord? Wait, what are you on about? Apparently in this game of Valorant, my kid's teammates were so bad. It was rough, he said. Bad times. Bad times were a thing. But it looks like people are going a bit crazy with this one. I'm going to start here and slowly work into the main event, you know, have our little, you know, have the breakfast, have the appetizer, and work our way in. Because this is a good one to start on with. Because apparently multiple people were expecting this to be £600, and they are delusional. Yeah, he was Ghosty, I know. I'm just trying to confuse Devin. And believe me, that's not difficult. Oh, I'm being mean today. I'm being mean. But you know what? It's okay to be mean once in a while. Sorry, my daughter phone told her you were streaming. She's addicted. That one? Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that's Catty. That's literally one of the few games my kids play like all the time. They tried like some of the others, like Overwatch, think it's Fragpunk and a couple of others. They're decent, but they're not as good as Valorant to them. So they repeatedly go back to Valorant. I'm never mean, but I'm consistently a prick. You see, I like that because I'm not saying I'm always right, but I'm never wrong. Am I really low volume? I am low volume. It's because the music is so loud. But other than that, my voice is pretty much maxed out. I'm not sure. I mean, I can increase the gain a little bit and make it like this. Is that better for you folks? I mean, I know the music was a little too loud. Is that gain okay? It's now peaking into the yellow. Let me know if that's better. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to move really close to the mic. Like uncomfortably close to the mic. Like, is that any better for you guys? Is this better for you? Wait, what happened to Devin again? There's a game that gives an example of excellent work with the Switch 2. Yeah, but Fortnite is such a light-based game, right? And Epic pretty much own Unreal Engine. So it's also like, that's a little bit unfair. Do you know, I probably screwed up the delay again, didn't I? I'm 100% sure that YouTube is about 10 seconds out. And I forgot to change it. I'm 100% sure I made that mistake again. I know I did. And there's no way to fix it unless I stop the stream. And I don't want to do that. Oh, God, did I do it again? Chat, say I didn't do it again. No, I didn't. So you guys should be hearing me very quickly. Well, Devin, all I can say is you're still first. You're still first. You're keeping up there. You're like 100 points away from everyone else. John and Byron are... Well, Byron's got no chance. But John is keeping up with you. Hey, Secondary Protocol. How's it going? How's it going, Bruno? Why were people expecting this device to be cheap? I mean, I assumed maybe Microsoft might subsidize like maybe 50 quid off it. But were people genuinely expecting this to be 600 bucks? I mean, I'm hoping people weren't expecting this to be 600 because that's a little crazy, to put it mildly. Because tech is cheap. Everyone knows that. But tech isn't cheap. Man. All right. I mean, how much is it? Is it a handheld couple? Patty, it's basically a handheld PC. And there's two models. One is going to be around 600 and the other one's going to be around 800. It's a pretty powerful handheld PC, but you know, it's not for the lighthearted. It is an eye-watering amount of money for people to spend on. AMD and Nvidia know what they got, and know we want it. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Wait, what just happened? Okay. Are you for real? Don't do that. Okay, there we go. Much better. Now, kind of got all my chat over here. Got another one there. And another one here. But yeah, I mean, people are arguing about this at the moment, and you've got people like D-Batch out there turning around and saying, oh, well, how many Xbox fans are going to buy this? It's a PC, man. It's a PC. I get everyone trolled about it. I'm lagging? No, I'm not. I'm not lagging. I'm doing good. I can see myself. Probably shouldn't. Just adding to more bandwidth usage. But, you know, it's just crazy how people thought this was going to be cheap. This ain't going to be cheap. The only reason why Valve can reduce those down to 350 is because of their Steam platform. They can subsidize it. I agree, Rachie. Devin, what did Nightbot do to you? What happened? Moonlight is not going to be $1,000. My bot is timing people out for nothing? Nightbot, huh? Well, let me snip Nightbot. Give me a sec. You know what? I'm gonna place you here so I got some room. Yeah, I've got too much stuff here. Alright, let's have a look at Nightbot and see how we can give him the snip for the time being. Where is the bot? Let's see. Nightbot has said there's been 2 from Wholegrain. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't... What the hell? Yes, it's timed out. Whole grain bread twice. That is wrong. That should not be the case. Whole grain, if you're still there, I apologize. I don't know what Nightbot is picking up. I can't see. He timed you out for 5 seconds and then 10 minutes. Apparently there was a link spam. Is the reason? Did you put a link in the thing? Because you can't put links. You didn't post links, okay. Let's alright, Nightbot is off the channel. Apologies for that. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. But Nightbot has been snipped. He has no chance of succeeding anymore. He is gone, never to return until the next stream when I fix what he's done wrong. He will find out what he's did wrong. Dark Lord Elu, I don't even... That doesn't even make any sense to me. I know that there's a cartoon, I think, called Chicken Little. But you're supposed to. That's not a link. Everyone's using app. Right? Everyone's using that. Not just you. I said you should go and debate Portorock. You seem to have a beef with him. Debate him first and then I'll consider it. Yes, I think this is like this is going to be a niche product, right? And like someone said, you're better off getting a TV that for your console first before you go anywhere near this. But it's going to be expensive. I'm expecting it in the UK to be around €749.99 because it was €50 cheaper than the previous one. And when they released here in the UK, there were $799.99 for the Ally 1. So the Ally 2 should be a little bit cheaper, considering it's actually overall cheaper in euros. But hey, euros to pounds don't equate. This handheld is not going to be a series. It's a powerful PC, right? But it's a powerful handheld PC. The Z2 Extreme at the moment is the market leader when it comes to performance. I know AMD has their APUs now going into these, so we'll see what happens there. But I think if they wanted these to fly off the shelf, they need them at, somewhere around, give or take, 600 quid. At 700, it's going to hurt the sales, but they can't subsidize it. At the end of the day, Asus has no way of subsidizing it. Ah, right. But 4chan is flooding MasterCard and Visa with endless emails. Yeah, we're gonna get to that, and I've actually got a video. Actually, Asmongold released a video not long ago that I reacted to. It's quite long, and obviously, I was supposed to have it out by now so you guys could watch it. But we've had the news from PlayStation going third party, that clearly took precedence over everything. But that video is coming. It is scheduled to come out. So potentially Wednesday or Thursday, it will be available for everyone. Ease Bob. Comparing what? Wait, who's talking about? I'm just confused. Grounded 2 has landed today on Xbox. For those that want to check it out, it is there. And I was hoping to get some game time with it today, but I didn't get a chance. And, well, I've just been busy sorting stuff out. I'm supposed to be on holiday, but it's been nothing but just running around so far. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Dark Lord. Man, I haven't watched South Park in so long. It's good, but good luck on a low-end GPU. Is it that demanding? I've heard it's a lot better than what it was previously. Lots of quality of life improvements as well to make it just, shine. Let it shine. as they say. What's going on? Never been able to kill a spider in one. That's probably not a bad thing, Devin. They're evil creatures. I'm not going to be able to catch everything, dude. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to catch everything. Because I got chat on this side, which is covering like Twitch and stuff. I got my StreamYard over here, which has got the YouTube stuff. The one down here has also got the Kick stuff. And X as well. So there's like 4 chats going on at the same time. But I'm trying to maintain all 4, as it were. Although, I don't think anyone ever talks on X. Like, ever. It's got 0 upscale options. My RTX 6 is only running at 160. Oof. The fake season premiere? Ah, I see. Yes, I remember that. No DLSS, XESS for frame. Oh. Oh, they're gonna cry. They're gonna cry. They're gonna cry. Alright, so if we actually open this up. Nope, I didn't want to do that. If we open this up in a new tab, we can actually see it better. Grounded 2 Early Access Roadmap. So you got like platforms. So the full update, you're gonna get recipes, quality of life improvements, hot pouch and buggies, a boss. So it's in very early stage at the moment. I guess it is early access after all. A winter update, you're going to be able to play it on the Steam Deck crossplay with Microsoft account and a ROG Ally. Nice. They've kind of crossed out these over here. Those are the park stuff. Lots of features they're adding. More buggies, enemies, equipment. So they're adding quite a bit. They've got like a whole plan up until summer. I'm guessing at some point, maybe in like 4 years, they're going to release it finally. But it doesn't look like until probably the end of next year. They're going to... You won't get a stable release until next year now. End of next year, maybe. They did say it was going to be a whole lot bigger. I did, Paul. Which was a shame. Where are those journalists who are upset at developers losing their jobs with this collective shout business? They're threatening developer livelihoods. Those journalists only care when it's Xbox jobs that are being lost. Intel just let go, I think, 33,000 people, and not a peep came out of anyone. Microsoft laid off 9,000, and it was the Armageddon. So, you know. Not anytime soon, Mr. Glass. Not anytime soon. Sony doesn't do early access, and while it's in early access, it's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, it looks like the update is going to be all the way at the... this pretty much takes it to 2026 Christmas, right? All of this. New creatures, new park bosses, new colossi, armors, localization in all languages. Random that they've got Turkish in there. I always find it weird when they put Turkish in there. Don't ask me why. I'm just not used to seeing it there. Raichi, yeah, they are. inside of this shell. Yeah, would hit 33,000. I mean, yeah, that's what it means. Like fall, winter, summer. I guess this will be closer to spring. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, chat. I do need to ask you though, right? Because this is quite serious. Which one of you did this? Come on, own up. I need you to own up. Which one of you did this? Do I speak Turkish? Yes, I do. Fluently. And I have a very, very, very basic understanding of Japanese. So, who did this? I need someone to take credit for this because that's not right. All right, look, I get it. Oh, Steve got a G up wood pit. Oh shit. TD needs to know, show the new Tomb Raider gameplay trailer. It's a different team working on it, right? I'm not quite sure, Byron. All I can say is this was funny. This I found this quite hilariously funny. If their release date's gone on Xbox, they might actually get a Days Gone too. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Hey, Zaylee, how's it going? How are you, Zaylee, today? There's a section in my Discord where you can. I mean, I'm not in the market for anything right now. Plus, my kid is basically doing a lot of artwork for me. So feel free to drop it into that section over there. And if anyone is interested, they can reach out. I'm doing good, thanks. I'm doing good. But yeah, I thought this was quite funny. Hey, it's not about Days Gone. Hey, this game is actually one of those weird ones, right? Where no one cared about it when it launched, considering it did launch in a bad state. But once it was fixed and polished, it became one of those games that everyone loved and everyone wanted to play. And it's one of those really slow burners where the sales originally just didn't do so great. And then it just propelled once they fixed it and people started talking about it. Yeah, my son is making me them, Kaylee. Azalea, sorry. He's already got like 10 of them sorted. I just haven't had the time to integrate him into my channel yet. Now, it probably won't be Spider-Man 2. They'll probably release Spider-Man 1, then Miles Morales, and then thing. Because, you know, the Insomniac engine is already working on Xbox. And so is the Decima engine. So it'll be interesting to see which way they go. Right? It's going to be interesting to see which way they actually go. Hey, what is... I said nothing about DCG. Man, why does this constantly do this? I don't think Sony or Microsoft will do bundles for the opposing consoles. I think they'll do one at a time. I mean, Microsoft was churning them out like crazy, right? At one point, they were just spitting them out. It was crazy. They was like, just go, go. They weren't stopping. It was a little insane, to say the least. So, anyone excited for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? This is that 2D version of the game. Apparently, it's come off Game Pass. I don't know for sure. I have tried to do some Googling around before I started the stream today, but apparently it's no longer going to be on Game Pass when it originally was. Hey, Cece, I'm just a messenger here, right? I'm just a messenger. I'm innocent in all this. I mean, to be fair, the original Spider-Man and Miles Morales, when they remastered Spider-Man, came bundled with Miles Morales, right? So they can probably just bundle them together for like $60 and push it out. Give people more reason to buy it. I think £60 between the two is fine. $59.99 for 2 games. It's a good deal. But that's like the ceiling, though. It shouldn't go any higher than that. Although £70 for Forza Horizon 5 and they bought 3 million copies of it. God damn. Hey, how's it all? How's it going, buddy? How's it all? Do you know if this has actually come off Game Pass? I've heard it's come off Game Pass. It was originally supposed to be on Game Pass, but I've heard it's actually come off Game Pass now. It's like silently being dropped. Have you heard anything about that at all? I tried looking into it, but I couldn't find anything. So this isn't actually going to be on Switch 2. It's going to be a Switch 1, and then the Switch 2 is going to brute force it. Go see the secret pony. £90 for a PlayStation gameplay. Oh, where you guys? I just looked. Ninja Gaiden 4 is still slated for Game Pass in October. No, not Ninja Gaiden 4. Whole grain bread. Ragebound. This is the 2D Metroidvania-esque game, I guess. It's the Pixel Works one. No, this isn't number 4. But I couldn't find anything. And I read somewhere that it was silently dropped and it's no longer got the Xbox Game Pass logo on there on any of the material. And even Hazardor, when he's putting it here, I'm not sure if he normally mentions Game Pass. I can't remember now, but you'd think it'd be something that was there. I think it was, because it was actually on Xbox's showcase. How's it going, Bags? But hey, 30 FPS on Switch. There is no Switch 2 port for this. It is just going to be a brute forced version. No, it's not Game Pass title. All right. Well, Bags, you were correct. And Hazardor, thank you for clearing that up. I guess the information that I read was just wrong. That's why I wanted to ask. Bag's always right. Bag's always right. I mean, you know, a clock has to strike the right time twice eventually every day. If you want to count that right, I guess. I can't remember, course. I just read it somewhere, so it just stuck with me, and I wasn't 100% sure. That's why I thought I'd have it. We can talk about it. I'm never wrong. Look, I think we can all agree that I'm not always right, and I'm never gonna claim that I'm always right. It's just one of those things, you know. It's human nature. I'm just never wrong. But it doesn't, you know, I'm not always right. But just know that I'm never wrong. Going to see what is it? Fantastic Four tomorrow. Hopefully it's a good movie. The kids wanted to go down to the picture, so we're finally going to head down there and check it out. Man, cinemas are so expensive. Misinformed, not wrong. Hey, look, see? That works, right? I mean, I was clearly misinformed here. I was given bad information. It ain't my fault. Ain't my fault. 98% right? Damn straight. Oh, is that how it's going to be now, Bruno? Oh, shit. All right. Okay, I see it. I see how it is. I see how it is. All right. I'll remember this. I will remember this. Nice going Thursday myself to see Final Fantasy. Good job, Banisher. Good job. Steve, you should go watch Final Fantasy 2. Did Devin just redeem a sound effect which didn't go off? I did say don't do it. I did say it. I said it. You still didn't believe me. You be famous YouTuber in the UK? Be famous for what? It's still weird that's, you know, when I went into my local video game store, they actually recognized me. That's still weird. Don't say that, man. It's costing me an arm and a leg to go. It has to be good. I've got a Cineworld Unlimited membership. It's basically paid for itself already, so anything I watch between now and February is essentially free. I like it. I'm famous, Sandwich? Probably for all the wrong reasons. Wait, what worked? So apparently, Suicide Squad did so amazingly well for Warner Brothers Montreal. I mean, it did banging numbers and everything. Like, the game went through the roof. It was so good that they've decided to do another live service game. It's £10 where I'm at to see it, but then there's 6 of us to go. So, like, the whole family's going to watch it. So it's like £60 just for the tickets. I mean, Sin, if they like it, then that's that. I mean, I'm taking them out because I'm on holiday. I'm on holiday this week and at the end of August for the summer. One of my colleagues took like the middle 2 weeks off. So, you know, I'm taking them out like today. Tomorrow I'm taking them to the cinema. And Thursday we're going to the fun fair. So I pretty much said to the kids, hey, you sort out my itinerary for this week and I'll go wherever you want. Listen to me carefully, okay, chat? You never ever do that, right? You never turn around and tell your kids, I'm open book, clean slate, you sort out my itinerary for this week. You never tell your kids to do that. I did it, and I'm telling you from experience, you just don't do it. Which cinema am I going to? View. Remember when he screamed? Yes. But hey, Warner Brothers is going back into the live service pool based on DC Comics. No, you do tell your kids that and then take them somewhere else. Oh, that could actually work. I mean, I've already paid for it. I wonder if I can... Maybe next time, Ghosty. But I appreciate that. If I had asked you sooner, that definitely would have saved me at least one ticket. Thanks. I'll just tell them you're adopted. I tried that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't. Do any of you like bullet hell games? What do you think about that Shinobi Insider damage controlling for ponies? This is the same guy that said that Call of Duty would be exclusive to Xbox. That's cool, Gorst. Yeah, I appreciate it. This is the same guy that, you know, I mean, it's not that he's never right. There's a number of things that he says right, but look, they're just coping at the moment really hard. They're coping really, really hard. I mean, look. Just look, right? Just look. Look at Tim Dog. I found Super Tim Dog after he moved to Nintendo, where true exclusives exist. You know, he's done with Xbox. He's done with PlayStation. Now he's made his move to Nintendo. Good luck, Nintendo fans. It's going to be one hell of a ride for you when it's eventually just no longer a thing. That's all I gotta say. Crap Gamer's gone into hiding. They've all gone into hiding. Including, well, Tim Dog's out there celebrating with Nintendo at the moment. Else there's another GTA 6 delay. Wait, it's been delayed again? No way. No way, has it really been delayed again? That's not real, right? I mean, I'm expecting it to be delayed for the second time. Alika claims GTA 6. Wait. Does anyone remember what I said? Does anyone remember what I said was going to happen? What did I say was going to happen? A leaker claims GTA 6 could be delayed to September 2026. What did I say was going to happen? I said GTA 6 could be delayed till the launch of the next Xbox, which is coming next year. It's looking real likely now, isn't it? Exactly, Paul. That's exactly what I said. It's looking real likely now, is. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? When you can read the market trends, it's just too easy. So, plan to release May 26th, but internal talks suggest a possible slip to September. That makes a lot more sense. And I reckon they're planning to launch it with the next Xbox. And I wonder if they'll actually release it on the Series S and X. Or if they're just going to say YOLO straight to the next Xbox, which will just be more powerful in general. And then they don't have to, optimize as much. They will blame the Series S. But this is what I'm saying. Don't worry, Steve. It's going to say, hey, we just need a couple more months to iron out the last little bits and bobs, and then we'll be ready. Officially releasing November. Or do you know what? Maybe Microsoft will just say, I know we release it in November all the time, but we're going to pull that date forward just for GTA 6. Because technically at that point, the new Xbox console will be the best place to play GTA 6. And that's a big tag. Because people were buying the PS5 Pros just for that alone. You won't hear anything yet. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it's coming next year. Or a variation of it is coming next year. And if it doesn't, I'll take the L. But I'm pretty sure it is. So, the story behind that isn't what you think it is, right? Invictus. So the story behind the fabled delay, basically, Special Nick turned around and said that it might slip into 2027. Not that it is. All he's heard is from internal rumblings is that, progress is going well, but it might, slip 2026 because it's supposed to come out at the end of the year of 2026. It might slip to the first quarter of 2027. That's it. And that's what people are going on by when they say, oh, it's 100% confirmed, it's landing on, it's delayed to 2027. That's not been the case at all. People have just taken his rumor as gospel and ran with it. Gaming, think what? Loyalty program and discounts like value days or I think it's about time for Microsoft to release their new console. I think the Series X is, showing its thing. Age now. I mean, all the consoles are in general. It's why Sony decided to do their mid-gen refresh. But they just gimped on the CPU, which was dumb. Normally, glass is at November, like Steve said. of. And this is it, right? Just think of it like this. Next year they'll have potentially Fable. They're going to have Forza Horizon 6, Halo, Gears E-Day. They're going to have another Starfield expansion, COD launching around that time. If they add GTA 6 into that as well, it is literally going to be the best console launch lineup there ever was. So you can bet your bottom dollar that Microsoft is going to find a way to deliberately try and screw it up. But if they don't, it's going to be a pretty expensive Christmas for a lot of people. That much I can say. Ghosty, I don't think there's going to be a Series S for the next one. They can skip the Series S once the next generation is out, simply by making it cloud enabled. The Series S eventually is just going to be a cloud enabled box anyway. Hey, Weapon X. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. I was supposed to be on there before when Laura Freya made her explosive video, but unfortunately on the eve of me actually going to appear on his show, I fell ill and had to go hospital, and so I had my son reach out to him and just explain what was going on, and so we just waited until I was in a better place before I jumped back. And you know, I appreciate that. He stuck to his word and called me back in. It was a good time. Definitely a good time. The next Xbox is rumored to be cheaper than the PlayStation 6. Mate, these next consoles ain't going to be cheap. I don't know who keeps saying that these next consoles are going to be cheap. They're not going to be cheap. I'm being straight with you guys. I am not expecting them to be any lower than 700 quid. I know that's expensive, but I don't see them being any less than 700. And I see them going all the way up to like 800, at least 800 quid. Maybe a little more. You don't subsidize and make a profit, dude. That's the complete opposite. If you subsidize something, you're eating into your profits. When you subsidize something, you're basically eating into the profits and the cost of production. And the way you do it is by hoping that you subsidize it by selling controllers and accessories, attach rate of games to actually make the difference of the console when you sell. So like when the Dreamcast released, you needed an attach rate of one game to basically subsidize the cost of the thing, the machine. With the Series X, I think you needed like 2 or 3 games to subsidize the cost overall. I'm assuming with these new ones, if they release it at like 500 quid, you're going to need to buy like 5-6 games just to subsidize it. The average person is just not going to do that. So they'll be selling at a loss straight off the bat, and that ain't good. I don't think there will be over 1,000. I don't think there'll be over 1,000 because psychologically, it basically turns away a whole bunch of community, right? You can price something at £999 and 99p, and that person will go, damn, that is an amazing price. But if that thing was priced at £1,000, they'd be like, nah, sorry, man, that's just out of my budget. It's just over my budget. I can't do it. I can't be spending that. It's not about it being that 1 penny. It's the psychological factor that it's gone from 3 digits to 4. So they know this, and that's why they charge, they price it in such a way. If they push it to £1,000, they're going to alienate a lot of people. But they won't do that. That 1 penny is quite. It has a lot of swing power. This gen was not worth it. Do you know what? I'm not gonna say that this gen wasn't worth it, but what I will say is that overall, this generation, I've been disappointed. So I wouldn't say it wasn't worth it, because there's been some really good games out there that I've really enjoyed. But at the same time, I do think that the games were just, how can I? It's really hard to say, but they hit differently when they were released on the last gen consoles, and it's just taken so long for true exclusives to be to be made. This cross-gen initiative, I think, really hurt this generation in gaming. I don't know what you're talking about, Steve. It's going to be on par with an RTX 7000. Get out of here with your cheapo 6000. Ain't no one got time for that. That's like some Temu shit. Imagine being that guy with an RTX 6000 from Temu. That's alright. Oh. Xbox X is 20K. But yeah, I said that this was going to get a second delay. I reckon it will still. And if it does, I genuinely believe that this has something to do with the next Xbox rather than the game needing more time. Although it does seem like PlayStation does have the marketing rights for this. I mean, we're hearing it everywhere now. So maybe it's potentially true. Not that it really matters. Everyone's going to know about GTA, so what does it really matter? Probably the biggest waste of marketing rights there actually is. But that being said, I'm going to be very surprised if the standard edition is $69.99. That I think is wild. If they release the game at $69.99, that's going to be crazy. Paul, I hope your daughter's okay, dude. Nothing serious, I hope. Hey, Tarnish Gamer, how's it going? I doubt it, Woodpit. There is a bigger chance it'll be $99.99. I know, right? Ain't gonna be cheap. Ain't gonna be cheap, but let's face it, it's not like anyone didn't see this coming. That's good to hear, Paul. Ay, ay, ay. Who saw this coming? Is there any, like, tweets underneath here? It must be a W. I want GTA 6 to be perfect. Mate, I'm going to tell you from experience, no game is ever perfect. There will always be bugs. And if you're a bug magnet like I am, they just come and find you, man. It's not really that hard. They just find you. Unfortunately, they do just find you. But hey, since Tim Dog has gone over to Nintendo, they've decided that they're gonna try a whole new style of gaming. Fries with a side of gaming. Unfortunately, you'd think that this is a hoax or a thing, but this is actually real. The 3D printed holder is shaped to fit a medium McDonald's fries container. And you can basically play and eat your fries at the same time. Oh. Unfortunately, gaming, it's really not that. Oh shit. But when it comes to bugs, there's a cost associated with them, and publishers just don't want to pay to get them fixed. Now, I've worked in the games industry for a little bit, and you know, there were bugs in there that were just like, you know, we classify our bugs from trivial to Bs, which are you want to fix but aren't must fixes. Then you've got A class bugs, and then blockers. The blockers have to be fixed because the game can't be completed with those blockers in there. A's you want to finish, you know, clear up as well. When it comes to the B's and the trivials, they generally just do what they can at the low cost end of things, and the rest just stay in there because they're not prepared to spend any more money fixing it. That's just the way it goes. I don't know, man. Ozempic doesn't work on everyone. I know everyone thinks it does, but it's not the miracle drug people think it is. But hey, who's going to be buying one of these? In what way, Byron? Give that to you for free. Jaffe was correct, right? In that interview, when what Jaffe was saying was right. And, you know, I've seen the inner workings when it comes to, you know, just billing and everything. And it's a hard push. You're given a budget, you have to work towards it. You can argue your case that you might need a little more budget and you can request it, but 9 out of 10, that budget request gets rejected. So you've got to do what you got to do with the means you have in there. It's like, you know, when Corey turned around and told Sony, I want that turtle scene, you know, that big kind of turtle scene in God of War 2018 that kind of came out of the ground. That consumed a enormous amount of his budget to get it working. For them to get that whole scene done cost them an arm and a leg, and it, you know, it destroyed the budget. And he basically told them that he turned around and said, I want this in there and I'm not continuing without it. Now, he had the pull and the sway to be able to do that, and Sony granted him the extra budget in order to do it. But most teams don't get that luxury. Most teams aren't run by Corey Barlog or, you know, Todd Howard, where they have, you know, huge sway. They're given a set budget and they have to work towards it. And so in that regard, if you turn around and say, right, I want this to be done in the game, then yes, what Jaffe was saying was actually true. It takes away from somewhere else. It's not additive. It's going to take away from something else. And so you have to now decide, like he was saying, is losing that extra level, that extra boss, or whatever it was, worth, you know, the off chance that someone wants to play that game 50 years from now? That's the question. Let's completely ignore the fact that you signed a EULA for it to be, you know, for you to lose complete access when you play it, right? The fact that you signed that already, let's ignore that entirely. But is extra content in the game worth losing over the possibility that someone might want to play that live service game or always online game 50 years from now? So in that regard, I'm with Jaffe. But then again, I've seen the inner workings. I know I know, as he puts it, I've seen how the sausage is made, and I appreciate the difficulties that go into it. If you're looking at it from an external perspective and an external source, then I get it. It's a lot easier for you to say, well, why can't you do both? It just doesn't work like that. And so it's a decision that has to be made. So Redfall pretty much shut down. The budget was used, the game was released, and then they applied additional budget to make it happen before they said goodbye to the studio and sayonara, bon voyage, auf Wiedersehen. The Redfall situation was different. Additionally, Redfall had budget for DLC. Redfall didn't use that budget for DLC, so they had additional budget there with whatever team they had left to be able to do that. It was all within budget. If the budget had run out, you would not have got an offline mode. You didn't get your DLC, and in place of that, you got an offline mode instead. To be fair, that was a better option of the two, because no one cares about the extra characters, considering the game dead, no more content. But you get the point. But you sign away to say that you're okay with it. You sign a legally binding contract, and you of all people, Steve, should understand what that means. If you sign a legally binding contract to say, yes, I'm giving up my rights to this game, I'm not defending them, I'm just saying we as a consumer are doing this actively, and we should not be. The easiest way to stop these games from doing what they're doing is not to buy them. It's that simple. Destiny just released their new expansion that's always online. If no one bought it and said the reason why they're doing this is because it's an always online game and they wanted an offline version, they would make an offline version. But if you are voluntarily signing that contract and saying, yes, I'm fully okay with it, you don't have a right to cry afterwards. Don't be part of the problem and then complain. Be part of the solution. Don't buy it, don't play it, and then let the company suffer and let them see what it means. Then you don't have any right to speak anyway. I mean, Concord doesn't exist, so technically it's not better than Redfall. But do you understand where I'm coming from? Saw you on Boom's channel and subbed immediately. Greetings from Amsterdam. Hey, Grey Fox. How's it going? I appreciate your being here, dude. Wait, who's first? Man, Devin is full steam ahead with 400 points. Sheesh. He ain't messing, man. Did you check on MBG, Reforge, and DCG to see how they're doing? I don't actually hate watch anyone. I don't think I've ever hate watched anyone. I know a lot of people do it. I just don't see the point in it. Oh no. A gaming god. Mate, there's two of you now. No. Oh no, there's two of you. We have the gacha god and now we have the gaming god. Oh shit. Oh my god, no. I think you want to retract that statement real quick. Especially after you see who your ally in crime is. So is the gacha god, unfortunately. To be fair though, unlike you, he actually goes around and actually proclaims himself wherever he is, whether he's at a convention or anywhere else. He actually calls himself the gacha god because he's proud to be playing 15 gacha games per day. That's crazy. 15. Boom's alright. His heart's in the right place. He's starting his villain arc now, and I wish him the best. It's a content creator called Tuhu. Who is it that carries you every game ever? It's actually a guy called Tiska. Haven't been able to game with him for a long time, but I think from all the carrying that he did, I think he just received permanent back injury at this point. He had to retire from gaming altogether. Hey, look, someone had to pick up the slack, right, Steve? Chaos, you might want to change your YouTube goal to 8K subscribers. Come on, man, 10K isn't exactly that difficult to attain. You know, we just need everyone to subscribe, and we're almost there. Right? We will be almost there. While doing a giveaway would be a good idea, and Devin should be the one to find a giveaway. Why Devin? Poor guy. Does this mean that guy think the UK is still trying to understand fire and electricity? I'm not sure. I'm not. I must have missed what you said. If they're content violent. Moon Knight, what are you on about? In the UK, the British Board of Film Classification acts as the official body responsible for classifying and censoring films and other video works. US movies, like any other, may face scrutiny. Nah. Look, this online safety rules that ever come into effect in the UK is to stop minors from accessing certain web pages and stuff like that they shouldn't be accessing in the first place. Realistically, as long as you're an adult and you verify your age, there's no problem. You gain access to it. It's just to stop minors from accessing sites they shouldn't be accessing. I'm not saying I fully agree with it, but I also think it's a problem. So let's see if it works. Yeah, but not everything is enforced, is it? It's also illegal to not do archery every Sunday in the UK. If I don't go and practice archery every Sunday, I'm actually committing a crime. It's in our unwritten constitution. It's actually a law. So every Sunday, every person in the UK commits a crime. It's not enforced though. So there are certain things that people just ignore. Have a good night, Paul. So it's not cut and dry. Maybe you would fit. Time will tell. All right. So less politics. Let's keep it to gaming. Apparently, as someone just mentioned, I mean that's a pretty striking resemblance for I mean Sony has a case. I don't care what anyone says. Sony has a case here. And I know that Nintendo fans are coming out of the woodworks and saying, well, when we did it with Power World, it was different. No, they basically tried to find, sue them for a mechanic, which then they got turned down, and then they had to go back to the patent office to amend that patent to say, okay, look, we've amended it now it actually counts. Yeah, that's scummy practices, right? But this is just crazy. But apparently it turns out, right, that according to GameSpot, as per the lawsuit, Tencent tried to license the Horizon IP, and Sony said no. And so Tencent said, right, since you said no, we'll just go ahead and do it anyway. I think they relied on Sean Layden being at Tencent, and they said, you know what? They're not going to come after us because of Sean. I'm joking. I have no idea about that. But if you actually approached the company and they said, no, you can't do it, and then you decided to go and do it anyway by just changing the name, I think there's going to be a real big problem here. And I know people are saying Sony is being this and that, but I think Sony has a case here. Is that actually real, Steve? I didn't actually know that. I mean, I wouldn't put it past it, but right? But there are so many laws that are just silly that they're not enforced. Apparently, Sony did not advertise the game. Now, I've looked around, and Sony's State of Play, when it landed, at the time, wasn't in sync with when this game was originally shown. I think there was like 2-3 months, like 2 months apart. But no, it's Sony did not advertise this. And so, Tencent decided that they're so big that no one would bother going after them. And realistically, if Tencent are smart, what they're going to do is push this case on and on and on and defer it on. Tencent has got trillions. I mean, they're huge, right? They're run by the Chinese. The Chinese government, if I'm not mistaken, has a majority stakeholding in that company. They're just going to keep pushing and sucking money dry from Sony like there's no tomorrow. The problem with Tencent is that they are just way too big and have way too much money. I don't think Sony is in a position to really go up against them unless it's absolutely clear-cut that they are 100% going to win and the judge is not going to be playing to any deferral tactics. And I hope for Sony's case that's going to be it, because if it doesn't, they're going to be losing a lot of money. PS5 blows, I've had that happen to me a few times as well. It's if you're using Chrome, it's a thing that happens with Chrome. Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia, but I think it really stops at the trillion-dollar companies. Tencent Man City. Wasn't it shown at Jeff Summer Games Fest? Or at... I mean, it was first revealed via their own thing, and then it was shown elsewhere. Happens on Firefox too. I mean, anything Google related has terrible memory management, right? was revenue gonna fuel this for a while? Oh man, that was some epic showing yesterday on for Love and stuff. But yeah, so I actually think Sony has a leg to stand on with this one. I know people might not like to hear that, but come on. I mean, this is that whole situation between who was it? That Nintendo company with copying Dragon Quest stuff. Oh, Pokemon and Dragon Quest, I think it was. No, Power World is still going. The thing with Opera is that you can limit how much RAM it uses, so it never really exceeds it. So you can manage the memory on that one. It actually gives you the option for memory management. I just don't like Brave. I don't know what it is. I don't like Brave. I mean, Will was never finished. I've got tons. At the moment, I'm jumping between 3 games. I'm playing Death Stranding 2. I'm playing Obscure 33. Those are the 2 main that I'm playing through at the moment. I've still got Avowed and Oblivion in the background that I'm trying to get through. Still got to get through Ragnarok because I at least want to finish that. I think I'm almost there with it, but not quite there yet. And then I might tackle the Mass Effect series. Who knows? But there's a number of games there, and it just keeps on growing as I keep playing and moving from one game to another. I still want to finish Dead Island, but I'm playing that co-op with a friend, and well, they've not been well for a while, so I've kind of had it on the back burner for over a year until they feel better to play. So hopefully they'll feel better soon, and then we can get back on that one. Honestly, I could use more 16 ain't cutting it anymore. Wait. I see how it is. I see how it is. Nah, it's all good, man. I just appreciate you being here. I don't blame you guys at all for doing that stuff. Ads are annoying. Censorship sucks. It leads to nothing but communism. I mean, censorship in overall does suck. No one's saying that. But at the same time, kids have access to so much stuff today that they shouldn't really have access to. And, I think it just needs to be controlled a little bit because people just can't be trusted. That's why we don't have nice things. But yeah, just look at these pictures, man. That's crazy, right? I mean, all they did was I mean, that just looks like I don't know, a rat. I don't know. But it's basically the same thing. They just said, right, if we can't use the IP, what we're going to do is design exactly the same things and push them out there. You can't do this. You can't. It's just like, what are you doing? It's like, come on. I mean, look at it. That's crazy. They literally just took it and copied it. They didn't even try and hide it because they know that they're Tencent, so they can do it. But that's just mental, man. Right? These are the areas. Like, come on. come on. It's like, come on. I mean, if you're gonna like, look, if you're gonna imitate something but make it your own, I get it. You know, imitation is flattering, but don't go and try and do a one-to-one copy, man. Because they also stifle creativity bags. This is the problem. They just went and straight off just said, right, you're not going to sell us your IP? Well, we're Tencent. We're just going to take it. And that was it. That was it. It's like, okay, bud. But, you know, it's also, what was that Japanese producer? I can't remember his name. But he recently came out and said that, you know, new ideas in video games are slowly becoming, you know, a thing of the past. They're just not going to exist. And they're at the point now where it's becoming almost impossible to create something new. It's always, you know, because it's just been done. And if it's not done, it's been patented to the point where no one else can use it in a creative way. Like, they can't take something that's there and then change it to their own because the core of the element is patented. The core idea is patented, so they can't do it, which is a shame. But an interesting figure came out about this whole thing. Horizon franchise has sold 38 million copies worldwide. That's crazy. That's a lot. Considering how much hate this game and franchise gets, 38 million is insane. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't hold a candle on Mario, but then again, nothing does. I haven't played a game since Stellar Blade. Even that is heavily based on it. I mean, Stellar Blade is pretty much a poor man's Nier, right? But it's the closest thing we're going to get to anything of that kind of style of game. And, you know, as a huge Nier fan, I absolutely love it. But, yeah. And I'm glad that, you know, Yoko Taro didn't have any problems with it, or Square Enix. So now we get to the part of the conversation where we talk about Horizon game's good, just forgettable. I think Horizon Zero Dawn was great. It was a great game. But Forbidden West was just not a very good game. And I know people want to cope about it because it's a PlayStation game and they have to love every PlayStation game. But it just wasn't as enjoyable. It was nowhere near as good as the first one. And what's really weird, right? Because they received that feedback, when they made the DLC Burning Shores, they actually went back to what made the original so good. And then they delivered an exceptional DLC. So the first game is really good. The DLC for the second game is really good. But the second game on its own is just mid. But hey, it is what it is. There was just something wrong with it, right? So, like, Zero Dawn, the map wasn't... I don't know if the map was the same size, but it just felt a lot more condensed, and the overall point of interests weren't so overwhelming. And then you kind of, like, didn't need to care about them either, because sure, they gave you a little bit of gold and maybe a little, and some weapons here and there, but nothing was like must have. some of the unlocks for your weapons and stuff are locked behind these side quests and this, and then they decided to just play Ubisoft and put every point of interest they could possibly squeeze somewhere. And then to make matters worse, they actually decided to one-up Ubisoft, where every time you turned off your PS5 and you rebooted it with your save, all the point of interests came back for like, what, 2 months, 3 months? So you never knew what you actually completed and what didn't. So you were running to locations that you're sure you've done. And then end up, yeah, you have done it. And you just waste so much time because there was a massive bug in there. And it took them so long to repair it. It was just annoying. And then there was the whole Aloy just lost what made her special. All the characters just wanted to get in her pants, in her underwear. It was just, you know, the game just shifted from she's an outcast, no one wants to know her, but she's out there trying to find the truth. And now in this one, because she found the truth already, everyone kind of started worshipping her and wanted to marry her and wanted to be with her and get in bed with her. And it was just weird. That's not what the first game was all about. And it lost what made the first game really special. Whereas Burning Shores just cut all of that out and just went back to what the original game was all about. Discovery. And it worked. But PlayStation fans are really struggling to come to grips with that listing. And now they're using Shinobi to talk about... I mean, Shinobi just said, yeah, I've seen this, and they've gone with... Now Shinobi is like the gospel of truth. It's so crazy. So it turned into a dating sim. I mean, you don't date anyone. You just keep turning them down and rejecting them. The first game that we see from Xbox, PlayStation come to Xbox that's a single player game, I guarantee you this guy is gonna disappear. He gonna disappear. He gonna go into hiding so quick that we probably won't see him coming back. He's burnt so many bridges with this. It's not even funny. And for what? Like, why do these people get so wound up? I don't get it. Like, they are proper wound up about this. It's crazy. I mean, just look at this, right? Mate, if Spider-Man comes over, that's it. They all going into thing. Mate, look at this one. Nibs decides to write a whole feast, you know, whatever he was writing again. I don't even know how long it is. So now you got Aerodynamic here asking Grok, is he coping? Yes, it seems like coping. Sony's job listing for multi-platform expansion explicitly targets Xbox and Nintendo, signaling a strategic shift towards broader releases, much like Xbox's approach, despite claims otherwise. So when you've got AI turning around and telling you that you're coping, my dude, there's something wrong there. He can't have AI turning around and telling you that you're coping. That's like, wow, right? That's wow. Once you get to the point where AI is looking at you in a really, really weird way and saying, buddy, I think you really should stop here. You know, there's a time and a place for all of this, and I really think you've kind of gone as far as you can with this. I think you should just, you know, compadre, I think you should just stop. Right? But they're not. And they are damage control. I mean, look at this one. Right? And so we've seen this one over here. You got someone else. Is he coping? Yes, it's coping. Sony's July 2020 job application listing and PC for PlayStation said this shift, driven by rising cost, mirrors Xbox's strategy and could dilute PlayStation exclusivity, challenging its dominance despite current sales leads. And it's like, it's just mental. It's just mental. They're just like, this guy over here is arguing with an AI. I mean, just look at it, right? Is the poster coping knowing full well Sony isn't going multiplat in terms of first-party titles? That they will never see IPs like God of War and Spider-Man, for example, on the platform. This is based on what this guy said here. PlayStation going third-party is really hitting PlayStation fans hard. Grok is exposing PlayStation fans left, right, and center. And so Grok says, recent Sony job listings confirm they're hiring to expand PlayStation Studios games to Xbox. Also, if you don't know, Sony Interactive Entertainment Liverpool is now hiring PC testers. Sony SIE Liverpool doesn't actually make anything. They pretty much have become like a support studio, and now they're hiring PC testers to port more games over with Nixis. You can't make this up at this point. Hiring to expand PlayStation Studios, games to Xbox, Switch, PC, and more. Titles like God of War and Horizon are potential candidates. The original poster might be onto something. Console exclusivity is evolving. Who's coping now? Grok, no, they're not. There is no official statement on this, and no statement saying that these games are coming to Xbox. Gay 60. It's just blatant hope. We will not be letting them play our games. Like, who is he? And when did it become his games? When did it become his game? Sony's job listings for roles like senior director, multi-platform, and account management explicitly aim to expand PlayStation Studio titles to Xbox and PC for revenue growth. Helldivers 2 is already confirmed for Xbox. Official statements may follow, but evidence points to more things. No, they are not getting single-player games. Stop saying it broadly. Big difference between Sony-funded games that they publish but do not develop, and games that are made and owned by Sony studios like God of War and The Last of Us. Stop making false claims. So, my guy is arguing with AI. Like, how are you arguing? Like, these guys... Like, come on. They are literally arguing with AI at this point. It's like, I don't even understand. Like, how is this even possible at this point? Like, how can you be doing this? This isn't normal. Come on, man. This is like, come on. Someone has to agree with me that this is not normal. There was another one that he posted. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I thought I actually ticked the box, but I didn't. It's with this guy again, isn't it? Now they're saying Helldivers isn't a first-party game, by the way. They're saying Helldivers doesn't count, even though it was made by Nick. It was ported by Nixis, by a PlayStation Publishing LLC. It's not done by Nixis. Now, which one is made and published by Sony? It's like, bro, this is the most depressing interaction with an AI I've ever seen. Like, how do you sit there and argue with AI? Why are you arguing with AI? Are you stupid or something? I couldn't believe this. This was like, what are you doing? I was like, what are you doing? I mean, you can't be this stupid. like, I mean, when AI turns around and tells you who's coping now, come on. Come on. Come on. When AI turns around and says you're coping, at that point, you just need to stop and just, you know, look at your life choices that you've made and just walk away. Just walk away. Don't even try and argue with this. Just walk away. It's crazy. I mean, it's clear that, you know, Sony's going in a direction. I mean, just look at what this dude is saying, right? You've seen my video on this, I hope, by now. I mean, this guy literally turned around and said, you know what? It actually makes sense for Sony to release games on Xbox. Like, he's already gone through the whole denial phase, griefing phase. He's just gone straight to acceptance. And now he's saying it's a good thing. He's actually saying what they're doing is a good thing. He's just gone straight to acceptance and is now trying to this AI needs retraining clearly. But hey, if that wasn't evidence enough to show you that they're preparing for Xbox games, this should be the one that pretty much seals the deal, right? The rumored limitations, like significantly reduced memory bandwidth, could severely impact the system's performance. Demanding games will run poorly in power saver mode without the developer's intervention. So what they're doing now, Sony has created a Series S inside PlayStation. That's what they've done here. They've created the Series S. Right? And now they're telling the developers these games have to work in that power saving mode. And so now they're going to have to go back and make sure these games are working there so they can get a straight port to the Series S. Do you remember how they were saying that Xbox games were limited by the Series S? I guess PlayStation's going to be limited by the Series S too. Hey, Moogle Go Around Radio, thank you for the 4 rated people. I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, there's a legal requirement that it can't exceed a certain amount. How's it going, Chitty? But yeah, now they're going even lower, and it's like, okay, so basically this is like telling you that they're preparing for the Series S. Like, if nothing else told you that they were preparing for it, that's telling you. But look, don't take my word for it. It gets worse. Because one thing you can say about P-Rock is that he's kept it real 100%. He called out Xbox when they were doing it and no one listened. Now he's doing the same with PlayStation. This dude tried to basically say, at Grok, who is saying that at Puerto Rock is claiming this? Is this true? Oriole Killer, Puerto Rock, yes, the claim is true. Recent discussions on Reddit, NeoGAF, and X show PlayStation fans accepting multi-platform games while staying loyal to PlayStation. Yet many mocked Xbox fans for similar stances when Microsoft pivoted. Sources confirm this double standard in gaming. So basically what Puerto Rock is saying is you've got a bunch of PlayStation fans now have basically said, oh yeah, but it's like, you know, they're only getting like 7-year-old games and 5-year-old games. It doesn't matter. You know, they're now sugarcoating it like crazy. And it's like, the hypocrisy is, sad thing is, you're not wrong, hypocrisy is alive and well. They've gone from these games are never going to appear to it's okay for games like Horizon Zero Dawn to go on Xbox. Like, It's like, how do you even do this? I mean, Ace, you're right? No one pays 370 grand just to have someone sitting there. I mean, let's face it, right? Imagine you just got paid. Sony hired you, right? You walk in day one and you say, right, what do I have to work with in this new $370,000 role? You know, we're talking just under half a million. And you go, all right, so what do I have? Can I work with Spider-Man? No. Can I work with the Uncharted series? No. Can I work with Tilu? No. But there's no point in doing Helldivers because that's already gone. And Destiny's already there, so that's handled by Bungie. And Marathon's already confirmed for Xbox anyway. And Fair Games, well, their director decided to YOLO anyway, so that game's probably getting cancelled. So what have you hired me for again? Because last time I remember, you cancelled like the other 10 live service games. You don't have live service games anymore. So what are we doing? That only leaves the single player games. They don't have no more games. Right? What else do they have? But that's what makes it worse, Chili. Because these people were there during the Tim Stewart moment. When Tim Stewart actually turned around and basically said, we're putting games on all of them. And everyone just tried to just say it was, you know, Activision and Blizzard only. It didn't mean that Xbox games were going to go. These people were there mocking Xbox fans at the time. They have prior experience of what's going on, and yet they are now doing exactly the same thing. So, yes, they're doing the same, but it's worse because they've seen it already. It's not like this is something new. They can see the sign on the door, and it's saying, nah, everything, you know, it's gonna go. I mean, look at that William guy, right? Look at that William guy. That William guy turned around and said, it's all right, guys. It's all right. Don't panic. Don't. Only games that are like 1 or 2 years old are going to be ported over to Xbox. Outside of Astrobot, that's literally every game they've got. Outside of Astrobot, that's every game they've got. So basically, he's telling people, don't panic, man. Everything is going except for Astrobot. We got that. We're good. Gaming, I've predicted 2028. People are mocking me for this and saying I'm a joke, but I've said 2028 for a long time now. I think 2028 is, you know, I said this from last year. And I still believe that 2028 will be the year that Nintendo begin to port their first game. It's not going to be anything new, don't get me wrong. It's going to be something that they're going to test the waters with. But 2028 is when they, in my opinion, are going to make a move. It's just too early for them to do anything right now. They've just released their new console. There's no reason for them to react or anything. Give it like another 3 years, 3.5 years, and that will be a time when they turn around and say, hey, look, maybe we'll try an original Wii Switch 1 game and see how it works. Nintendo. 2028, dude. If I'm still making content by then, and if my kid hasn't taken over, if he ever wants to start making content here, he will, he'll be here potentially. If one day I decide to step down. But this is happening. 2028, man. Do you think that console will end after the next gen? I think so, personally. I don't think there's going to be any real need for it. Especially at the prices that they're going to be. I just don't think they're going to bother. cloud gaming by that point is going to be in such a good place that I can't really see there being much need. To better align, what's this? Oh, really? That's interesting. Starting today, we're updating our profanity monetization policy to better align with updated standards in advertising and to address your feedback. Strong profanity in the first 7 seconds is now eligible to earn full ad revenue. Interesting. Will old videos demonetized for this reason be eligible for monetization again and be ticked over? Any video that had limited or no ads solely due to strong profanity in the first 7 seconds is now eligible to earn. Ticked over. Well, Angry Joe's going to be happy, right? Mr. Joe's going to be happy. But hey, what if Wolverine will, as a, you know, I know Byron was just mentioning that, but what if Wolverine was actually delayed because of that? I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying, what if it was? I mean, YouTube removed it because they were losing ad revenue originally. I'm guessing they've come to some kind of understanding with the advertisers to accept it because they were losing too much money. And so they've probably come to some kind of arrangement. It's been a massive pushback from YouTubers for a while because a lot of people have potty mouths and they just kind of want to swear consistently 24/7 without ever stopping. They pretty much want to become the next Gordon Ramsay or someone that suffers from Tourette's. Because look, let's face it, you know, someone who suffers from Tourette's syndrome, for example, is going to swear, and they're being penalized by this new ruling. I know it's might not be a big segment of the YouTube community, but they, for example, under the old rules, would be penalized by it. And it's not really their fault either. Now you just got to scan your face to see swear words. But it's like, anyone that's read that document knows what's coming. And it's crazy how... But it's like, it's, I don't know. The overall cope that's come from that community. And just wait for the first game to be announced. The moment that first game is announced, it's going to be mental. It's going to be crazy. Okay, so now some are saying it doesn't matter if PS puts their games elsewhere, everywhere. I'm staying on PlayStation. Okay, nothing wrong with that. But why did you make fun of Xbox gamers for doing the same thing? Some of them stayed on Xbox consoles and got mocked for it. You know, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's keeping it totally real. And even in my video that I made, right, where people were saying, what's the reason to own a PlayStation now? And I said even in my video that you've got every reason to own one. It's where your games are. It's where your catalog is. It's where your digital library is. Why would you throw that all away? I mean, I get maybe buying a second platform. Okay, but why would you throw away all the digital games that you bought because they've gone they've gone third party? Like, it don't make any sense to me. And I said the same thing when Xbox fans were like selling their consoles. Why would you get rid of your whole digital library? The graphics on Gears of War Reloaded are insane. I mean, it's just a remastered Ultimate Edition, right? They've just upscaled the graphics a little bit. Not everything, Marcus. I don't see Avowed there. I don't see Starfield there. I don't see South of Midnight there. So, not everything. I don't see Grounded 2 there. So, not everything is day and date. Doom was, but that was established from the get-go that legacy games with a franchise would be going anyway. So, that's not really the win that people are looking for. I mean, we haven't seen going forward. I mean, technically, Avowed and South of Midnight should have been, right? I think timed exclusivity on both will still be a thing. You'll get the remasters and the remakes that go day and date, but I think there'll still be timed exclusivity between them. I mean, I got rid of my Xboxes and entire library when Xbox were doing this. So are you going to get rid of your PS5 as well, Banisher? You're going to keep that same energy? I mean, I'd say don't. Like I said, I don't agree with... I think it's silly people doing that, personally. Because I'll go back to something that Paris said once to me when we were having a private discussion. Right? You've got all these games on your machine, be it PlayStation or Xbox. The game goes to another platform. How does that affect you? How does it actually affect you? Exactly, Mr. Glass. And the question still stands, right? This is when I was having private discussions with Paris. You know, he turned around and he openly said to me, I get the frustration and I get all of this, but how does it actually affect you as a person in your gaming habit? And the answer was it doesn't. I had this discussion as well with Steve. And outside of him just insulting me and calling me a twat, we came to the same resolution. You know. I think people are overreacting about the job listing. I don't think so. But then again, I've also been told by some people that it's happening. I'm not really gonna go further into that. But people I trust, the same people who told me about other games going from Xbox to PlayStation, and they were right then. Just take it as you will, Bags. I'm not claiming anything. I'm not an insider. I worked in the games industry. I know people that work in the games industry. I know people that work in multiple different companies. But I'm not the type of person that generally hears something from them and then goes and makes a video about it. I just won't do that because they openly tell me not to tell anyone. So the stuff that I know, I don't make a video on. If I did, I'd be I could break some news on some stuff, but I respect the fact that they still tell me stuff and they don't want me to make it public. They just want to keep it on the down low, and that's okay. And I respect that. My friends did tell me. And I actually posted it a day before on my Discord. If Whole Grain Bread is still here, he was one of the people that was there when I actually posted it. And I was in King Fresh's stream not that long ago, and I explained the whole situation. He said I was crazy. That's fair. Yeah, Kels, how many years you're gonna blaze the Xbox and its fans when both communities act like morons? I've criticized both communities. Is he? And people that watch me regularly will tell you that I don't hold back. I call out the toxic idiots on the Xbox side, and I call out the toxic idiots on the PlayStation side. There are people that you can have a conversation with on both sides, but then you've got the absolute morons that exist on both. Those people aren't fans, right? Those people aren't, you know, they're not even fanboys. They're just toxic. They're there just to cause, you know, problems. And I've said this all along. And unlike others, I also don't sit here shitting on PlayStation games all day and night. I gave Astrobot a 93 out of 10. Most people that you'll know gave that game an absolute shit of a rating, but not me. I'm quite honest with my stuff. When did I say it wasn't coming? And again, refer back to the point where I said I'm not saying anything about it. Go back to my I made a video about Final Fantasy 16. I made a video about Final Fantasy 16 and 7 Remake, and I said it was coming to Xbox. This was last year sometime. And I actually had an article posted. A friend of mine told me that there will be an article posted by Square Enix. Wait for it. Use the article. That article is confirmation that 16 and 7 Remake, even though it doesn't say, the word is written. If you read the words carefully, it's actually telling you that it's coming. It's in there, but it's just not explicitly stated. And there was legal reasons why it wasn't. And they told me, make a video based on that. And so I did. And I said 16 and 7 Remake were guaranteed coming to Xbox. This was way before it was announced. No one cared, obviously, because I'm a nobody. But I said 100% it's coming to Xbox. No one cared, though, because I'm a nobody. I don't have the, the reach of other people. I also tweeted out some of the games, like Pentiment, that was one of the 4 games that wasn't revealed. No one cared, though. And when it got announced, breaking! Some random, I think it was Jez who got the breaking that Pentiment was announced for PlayStation. And I announced it like a few days before him. But everyone just ignored my tweet. It happens, and I don't care. It is what it is, man. And Byron, I also did a video about Final Fantasy 14 on Xbox having severe problems, and Microsoft being complete shitlords with the way that their profanity filter actually deals with it, and the fact that they need Moogle coins to pay for their subscription, and the fact that you need Xbox Live to actually run the game, even though it's not using Xbox Live servers. And I said that was a bunch of shitlordy stuff. I called it out. I never claimed I had information about Gears. When did I claim anything about Gears? You did. I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to see where he's trying to get to, Tarnished. I'm not gonna know everything, and like I just said, I get told a number of things. I don't say anything. Right? I just don't say anything because I'm being told not to. So I don't leak it. But when it got leaked a few days early and it was from a reliable source, I just, in my Discord, I told them. It's happening. Be prepared. Two eggs. The late will leak stuff. Yeah. But I haven't been lying. And that's really it. Look, Marcus, if you think I'm lying, just fuck off out of the channel and piss off, right? There's no reason for you to be here. That's it. If you think I'm lying, go to a channel that you think is not lying. Really, is that simple? I don't need you here. I think the mods should deal with that. Yeah, mods just deal with it. I've entertained him enough now. I thought I'd see where it was going, but it's just like one of those complete wasters. Dude's gonna come into my thing and then it's like, oh, you're lying. I'm telling him I'm not lying. I've got people in the chat telling him that they knew about it prior to it. Literally evidence that I did release this information. I've got videos that were released way before anyone was saying 7 and 16 were coming to Xbox. But no, that's still not acceptable. And then it's gonna sit down and say I'm lying. Get the fuck out of here. Guys, stop it. Have any of you seen this game? Let's change the tone and the topic. Marcus, you're good, man. Don't worry about it. I just don't like being called a liar. I often don't talk about stuff, but lying is something I don't tolerate, and I don't like being called a liar, but that riles me up the wrong way usually. But you're good. Let's change the tone and the topic. Has anyone seen this? It's an indie game. Apparently, Liminal Point announcement trailer for Liminal Point on our Silent Hill, Resident Evil, and Signalis-inspired survival horror game. You can wishlist it now on Steam, and apparently there's quite a bit. You know, the wishlist is actually pretty good, and I know a number of you are actually asking for these sorts of games again on things, and I actually found this one. Nope, there's going to be no audio because I'm sick of being demonetized. It kind of reminds me of like a Parasite Eve kind of thing, Resident Evil. Like, you know, like a complete homage to the games of old, but just with much better graphics. It looks really cool. Like I said, he's fine. Leave him. I don't know, this actually looks really, really cool. It just reminds me of those games from yesteryear. But it's just like they've taken those games and then just brought them to the modern day. Ascent was amazing. What do you think of Liminal Point? I actually think this game looks absolutely awesome, and I'm kind of excited for it. Back Spider-Man gaming license to Disney, Marvel, and now Disney's thinking about selling back the Spider-Man movie license to Disney. That's Byron. That's because they're struggling to keep up with the make a movie requirement. It's a lot of work. At the moment, you can only wishlist it on Steam. But hey, next generation Xbox, that won't be a problem for you guys, right? But it just looks so cool. Interesting design choices for enemies as well. I love the whole camera perspective shift as well. At the moment, it's only on Steam, but who knows if it will appear on anything else going forward. Any plans to release it on Xbox or PS5? Yes, we really hope so. If we get many wish lists on Steam and a publishing deal, the game will be ported to consoles, so please spread the word. So there you go. You know, it's all about funding, and if they can get the funding to make the games on console, they have every intention to. So, you know, maybe tagging Xbox ID with this one would be a good idea, because that would give an indication, you know, that people are interested in this. I mean, that's technically the same thing, right, Ghosty? Is anyone playing Arch Raiders when it comes out on all platforms? Probably not me. Those games aren't my forte. But yeah. Trust someone to freeze frame that, of course. It's going to be Steam Deck verified as well. Steam Deck is their main testing platform. Oh, damn. So they really don't have that much money. They really are, like, running on low rigs. But I don't know. I saw this and it was really exciting. And I just thought I would share it with you guys, because it is kind of cool. There is this other thing that I want to talk about before I get to the next topic. Now, it is something that I did mention to you guys not that long ago, and that is this over here. There is no sponsorship for this, so you know, I'm not getting paid or anything to promote this. I'm just really excited for it. So, you know, there is none of that going on here. So I'm, you know, full disclosure. But I managed to actually go down and get hands-on with this on Monday, which is really cool. You know, the team was really, really great. If there's any questions that you guys have regarding this, fire away in chat and I'll answer. I am going to make a video. I've just requested some information from them that they didn't have on the day, so they can give me that before I finish finalizing the video. The idea of this gun essentially was to commemorate Time Crisis's 30th birthday, and then they agreed with Namco Bandai to add 3 more games onto it. But yeah, this is really, really cool stuff. It's a plug-and-play solution. There's actually a camera inside here that's powered by AI that actually calibrates everything with you, for you, when you go to play it. It's really cool, and I had a lot of fun. Unfortunately, the black version of the gun is only available in Japan for legal reasons. You can't have it for global, so we have to have the blue one. You can get it with or without the pedal. The pedal is for Time Crisis only. The original arcade version was single player, which is why Time Crisis is single player, but Point Blank, Still Gunner, and Still Gunner 2 are multiplayer. So yeah, definitely check this out. It's really cool. I'm gonna have a video of this up soon, like I said, once I've got the information. This works on all types of displays, whether it's LCD, IPS, OLED, not a problem. It works on everything. And with a caveat, it works on projectors as well, which is awesome. You know, I saw it working on a projector, which was crazy, but it does work on there. And they are going to be at Sheffield and Crawley. I have the address, so if anyone's interested, reach out to me and I can DM you the address and details of when and where they're going to be. But yeah, I just wanted to just give this another shout out. They invited me down there. Really nice people, really good team, and I had a great time just checking this out. It was really, really good stuff. It is HDMI. The actual box is HDMI powered. You know, via HDMI, it goes to your TV. At the front, it's USB-C. I mean, it is currently still in development. There is I think a November release date that they're aiming for. They've still got a bit of work to do on there, so you know, just polishing it and whatnot. But yeah, you've got the two USB ports here at the front, USB-C ports. If you're playing Time Crisis, you can have it just a gun on its own, and you can kind of go into hiding with the button press, or you can have that authentic arcade feel because they wanted to give you the PlayStation experience and the arcade one with the pedal. So I tried it with the pedal. It worked perfectly fine. Pleb shooting was definitely on display, which was kind of embarrassing, but we don't talk about that. But the rest of the games, the other 3 games, are 2 players. Like Point Blank is really a lot of fun. Obviously, you don't need the pedal for that, so you get 1 pedal. I have a question. Could you plug it into an Elgato and then use that to capture your gameplay? I would have... Yes. Because they told me that you can actually stream and play it. Because they said, you know, when it comes out, they hope that I'll be streaming it, which basically, and you know, if you're going to be playing this, it has to go through a capture card. So yeah, I just wanted to wait. I'm not even showing the tab, guys. Why didn't you tell me I'm not showing the tab? Guys, why didn't you tell me? Oh, there's me like kind of showing everything while I'm talking and not realize I haven't even clicked share tab. I think you guys have just given up with me I think you guys have just given up with me forgetting, right? Yeah, I think I did post a link in the description, right? Yeah, I did in the description in the thing. Well, it is in the description anyway, but I posted it in chat as well. But yeah, really cool stuff. Moving on to this one over here. So this one's actually interesting because apparently Visa and MasterCard are getting completely and utterly overwhelmed by Gamer Fury over censorship. Now, I agree with this fully. Now, Asman actually made a video on this and I've reacted to it. I've just been looking for a good place to actually release that reaction video so you guys can check it out. But, you know, this is a real big problem. And the reason why they're tackling, you know, they're targeting these games for a specific reason, because everyone kind of agrees with it and no one really wants to talk about it. And so everyone's kind of like on a taboo thing, like I'm not getting involved. And so they're trying to kind of poke that over and say, look, this is all the support we're getting. But agreeing to this opens up much bigger problems down the road. So, you know, everyone should be pushing back on this. This is not a good thing. There is a lot of people upset about this. And they're upset about it for right reasons. Have a good night, gaming. This is not good. You got distracted by the KFC advert? This is terrible. Look, how long before they turn around and say, right, we're just not gonna, you know, anything that's a realistic shooter is off the table. You can't buy it. So, you know, how long before Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto comes off the table? You can't buy it on Steam anymore. Battlefield, can't buy it. It's too realistic. Exactly, Bags. So this is what I'm saying. Like, they chose those topics specifically because they know that there's not going to be pushback there, because socially and culturally we push back on those topics, right? You know, we are socially engineered to say no, that is absolutely wrong, right? And so they've specifically targeted a specific niche where they know they're going to get the most support for that pushback. But what people aren't realizing is, with this shout group, they're deliberately doing this because once they have that data to say, hey, look at all these people that are in support of what we're doing, they're not going to come back to you and say, what do you think about this? They're just going to say, hey, look at the data we've got for Call of Duty. Look at the data we have for Grand Theft Auto. You should not be selling these games. Bully, that game that's been kind of on the remaster path for the last 10 years, on and off, that will never appear again because we've got the data to back it that people don't want it. Even if that data is old, it will show that they have the backing. So it's a really big slippery slope. So the fact that people are pushing back and, you know, completely inundating them with communication to let them know that this is not what we want is a good thing, and more people should be doing this. The amount of awareness for this is very, very little, and more people should be talking about it. More people should be complaining to Visa and MasterCard, because these two control the market. They're not regulated in any way, shape, or form. You're essentially giving Visa and MasterCard the keys to the Golden Palace. It's not a free market, because if it's a free market, they're in trouble. So they do everything in their power to not make it a free market, to remove competition, because they want to control everything and have all that power to do what they want. And you're seeing it right now. So, you know, maybe regulation is a good thing, at least with these ones, because right now they're unregulated and can do what they want. It's a pretty horrible thing to actually, you know, see and do. What's this? I feel like this is like saying Ah. I don't think people quite understand this. I mean, how do you guys feel anyway about the whole thing? Everyone uses visas. Bags, it's just a thing. Right? And you don't really have an alternative, do you? It's either Visa or MasterCard that you... I mean, even if you just go to the shops, right? They don't take cash anymore. You have to use your Visa card or your MasterCard. Your Visa debit or your MasterCard debit card. Whatever it is, they control everything. And they're not regulated, and they kind of need to. You know, they are scummy and horrible people. But what do you think of this? This has been kind of an ongoing topic for the past 2 days. And do you guys feel that there is an oversaturation of Souls-like games now being made and there's just like no hack and slash? They both agree that there is no chance of it happening. Have you seen the footy news? Isaac and Man United have come to an agreement. Yeah, but one player isn't going to do anything, Gorsty. They need to replace like 8 players. Starting with Onana. And Harry Maguire. I mean, that list can go on. I think they need to replace like two or 3 out of the 4 defenders. At least 3 of the midfielders need to go, and then they need 2 strikers. I think Bruno Fernandes and a couple of others are really the only players there that are worth their salt. The rest just need to change, otherwise they're not going to improve. None of those players give a shit about Man United. Harry Maguire's trash. Of course you're going to say he's the best player. He scored more own goals than he did for... He's like the #1 player you want that plays against you. There's more chance that he's going to score an own goal than your striker scoring a goal. And so the statement up above is 100% this. Just play anything else from the other 99% of the game. That's not the point. See, this conversation that's happening right now is being completely misunderstood. It's not the whole concept that it's a Souls game. People want that Souls game, but they want it to be at the difficulty of a hack and slash, so they can actually enjoy the game. Right? I actually like the way Wu Chang looks, but that game is really hard. So I just have no interest in playing it. Right? But I really like the design, the world, and I want to play it. But I'm not going to sit there and grind my face on a cheese grater just to try and play through it. I've got better things to do with my time. And so I think they're missing the point entirely. Like Stellar Blade, right? That was a really good game, but towards the end of my gaming experience with it, I started to get fatigue of just how difficult these bosses were. And in the end, I ended up lowering the difficulty. And do you know what? Easy was just too easy. It was like literally you're face palming the keyboard at this point and still winning. You don't want it that easy, but you don't want it as hard as it actually was. You want a happy medium, where you're having fun with the gameplay and enjoying yourself with the challenge. And I think that's what these guys aren't getting. Not everything needs to be super hard. Difficulty doesn't bring entertainment. And for those people that really want it super hard, just make a nightmare mode for them. Let them play through that. Like on Wu Chang, I saw this NPC on the left, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" 1/dead, like one-shot me entirely. This is at the start of the game. Like, how is that fun? Like, I need to do like perfect dodges and parries and shit just to kill a standard enemy at the start of the game. He literally killed me in one combo. And all he does is combos. I mean, and not at least at the start of the game, man. Come on. But I've heard Wu Chang is like ridiculously difficult. It's up there with like Sekiro. So I'm not surprised. But the point being made here is people want to play these games, just not for it to always be at the I'm going to rip your face off difficulty. I wish I could read right now. He may disagree with me, but what I'm saying isn't wrong. By the end of the first chapter, it's brutal. Yeah, like at this point, I'd rather just use a mod to make it easier. No, but I don't think there's a Souls fatigue. I think it's just people want these games, but they want them in a Devil May Cry form. Or they want them in a Nier Automata form, where the game still looks great, maybe the mechanics are still the same as the other one, but the combat feels fun and refreshing and fair, where you can actually take a hit and not wish your life, and not wish your life away. So I actually think this whole Souls-like fatigue isn't actually fatigue in that sense. I just think people want these games, but in a different form. And these, you're not getting any games like Devil May Cry anymore. You just don't get them. You don't get games like Nier Automata. Instead, everyone just goes, hey, Elden Ring was really successful. So what we're going to do is make sure we crank it up. So when that squirrel comes and tries to make a claw at you, your character's just going to have a heart attack and just die on the spot. I get the irony in what I'm saying after what I've just gone through, but you get the point. Lies of P, in my opinion, had a really good balance. The actual normal mode for that never felt too hard. I haven't completed it, and there are some bosses in there, like bonus bosses that you don't have to fight, and those were really difficult, and that's fine. The bonus ones could be like ultra difficult, and if you want to go and challenge yourself with those that are off the beaten path, good for you, right? But the main scenario in Lies of P, at least up until the point I've played so far, it doesn't feel unfair. It doesn't feel like if the boss hits me once, I'm going to die and cripple and my bones are brittle and stuff. But the problem with that is, Bags, that while they're adding those, they're also increasing the amount of damage you take, which means you have to basically play a perfect game in order to survive. And that's just not fun. I mean, I get it. People love that sort of genre, and good for you. But they're not catering for anyone else. And that's the problem. It isn't Souls-like fatigue. They're just crying about something that isn't really the problem. The problem is that they're just not being... There is a whole segment of audience that is looking at these games and going, man, this looks amazing. I want more of it. And they're not getting it. Metal Gear Rising is the formula of Ninja Gaiden 4. But Rising was fun to play, right? And it wasn't difficult. I agree, Bags. But add to that a Sekiro level of difficulty, and you're just like, well, how now it's not even getting fun anymore. Do you know what I mean? And that to me is the problem. So like, I think people are, when they say that, you know, there's a Souls-like fatigue, I think they're missing the point. That's not what's going on here. What's going on here is that people just want to play something that's fun and engaging, that is a hack and slash, and they can't do it because people are refusing to make a hack and slash. Or make one that's fun anyway. They can be, but right now everything is just made to be difficult. You're not catering for anyone else. You're basically saying, "Hey, I know this genre might appeal, like this type of game might appeal to you, but not the genre specifically, but the type. But go play something else. Go play a racing game. You know, you shouldn't be playing hack and slash games because no one cares about you. It's wrong." So, you know, it is what it is. I think the difficulty in 16 was fine, but they gave you the option to use those accessories which trivialized the game. But again, it's a choice. Games were hard back in the olden days, Bags, but they never felt like you're having your face ripped off. Now it does. Right? Well, they saw the Elden Ring. It did like phenomenal numbers, right? So that everyone's like, we gotta do that. And then they saw Vampire Survivors did crazy numbers, so everyone's got to do that. And it's just too much of the same. And the problem is, people don't mind the style of game; they just don't want it to be that genre of a game. Well, that's the thing. Stellar Blade at one point became a chore to play because I was finding it too difficult to get through the content. And so in the end, I ended up turning the difficulty down. But then it became so easy, I didn't enjoy it because I don't want to just face palm my way through. I was literally walking up to enemies, breathing on them, and they were dying. And that's not fun to me. You know, I want a little bit of a challenge, but I don't want it to be like a brick wall, right? I don't want a whole Gandalf moment there where their boss just turns around and says, "You shall not pass." And then you just see him cementing that wall like there's no tomorrow. Blowtorching that shit to make sure it's as sturdy as anything, using titanium plates on either side. So I think it's a problem. Moderate difficulty is the way to go, but then that becomes a hack and slash. Yeah, actually, they have. But this time it's just become silly. Roguelike games and RTS and the Souls-like games have just gone overboard. I don't know. So I think this whole topic has been misunderstood more than anything else. By the way, Mr. Hazardor, back at it again. EA CEO Andrew Wilson says Battlefield will be $70, not 80. Whoever said 80 was hallucinating, having wild dreams, and probably having some form of thing. But yeah, I think it's time to move on from that shit. Right? It's time to move on. And hopefully they will. Just not today. But hey, let's be real, right? Let's be real. Does anyone think Sony's going to be looking at this and saying, "Yeah, we're not going to put any games on. We're not going to try and emulate that on another platform"? Does anyone think that Sony's going to do that? They're going to pay someone 370 grand and not want to do this? Susanna, I agree. Tomb Raider, Uncharted. You know, I want more games like this as well. They just don't make them. And I think they should. Right? They're good games. It's a good genre. There's nothing wrong with that genre. The Tomb Raider, the Uncharted series, you know, they're so good together. Just make more games like that. People want to play them. Hey, Froggy's Meat Pie, thank you for the follow. I want to say yes. I don't think I played the latest one. The one that was just called Devil May Cry. But wasn't Devil May Cry 5 the one where you had the three of them? If I remember correctly. It's been a while. Yeah, so I don't know if I ever finished it. You know, me finishing games, mate. But I did play it, yes. And I enjoy those games. It does say WWE 2025. I'm still amazed after all this time. Grand Theft Auto 5 is in there. At this point, people must be buying like 10 copies a week. Right? They have to be. There must be like, all right, we need to maintain this. You know, someone from Take Two must be going, all right, Every staff member, if you want to keep your jobs, you need to be buying like 5 copies a week. Get to it. Like, there's no way that this is happening every... Like, they don't leave the top 10. Like, I've never owned it either, Banisher. I don't actually own GTA 5. I know this may come as a shock to some of you, but I genuinely do not own GTA 5. Now, my kids did play it when it came onto Game Pass and left, but I actually don't have it and I won't buy it. I've got no interest in it. But it's you know, it's you own it twice. I find it so crazy that it's still in the top 10 after all these years. Jariel, yes, it does, but this is physical and digital purchases of the game, not microtransactions. I own 4 copies of GTA 5. I knew it, man. I knew it. That's the only way this shit's going to continue happening. There's no other way that it's going to be in that list without people buying like 100 versions of the goddamn game. Yeah, but this is on PlayStation, man. This is like on one platform. It's still there. Hey, Bags, I'm nothing but a man of my word. I mean, I remember watching my brother play Vice City and San Andreas, and that was cool. And that was the only ones I really watched him play. I did enjoy the original Grand Theft Auto, the top-down car view, and then Grand Theft Auto London I enjoyed as well. And then when Grand Theft Auto 3 came along, sorry, I hit the mic. Wasn't interested. Don't own it on PS5 though. Might have to now. Just get on it, mate. Just apply the statistic. It's right there. If you don't buy it now, Ghosty, you never will. This is literally your time to shine. You should buy it right now and tell us in chat that you've bought it right now. Take Two, you better be listening. I'm literally endorsing and forcing people to buy your game. Do it. Shit, man. I knew it. There you go. You see that? Take Two? I did it. I finally did it. I got someone to spend money on your game. Man, that game just literally is just money to them. And I don't blame them because people spend shitload of money. I remember my brother completed one of them. He completed 100% and he got a t-shirt for it saying, I completed this game 100% and all I completed, was it GTA 3 or Vice City or San Andreas? And all I got was this lousy t-shirt. It was quite funny. My brother-in-law works with one of the OG GTA devs. He has like $1 billion. Oh. But there was one last article that I wanted to cover, and then that's really going to be it from me. Let's see if I found it. Yeah, here we go. Oblivion. Oblivion 4 has crossed 9 million players. Now, I know you're going to get the brigade saying that doesn't mean 9 million sales. you know, just move past that. It's hit 9 million players. That's crazy. On Steam, it registered an all-time peak of over 2 million. Is that 2 million concurrent players? Yeah. They just forgot the extra 0. 2 million concurrent players. That's a lot. Now, keep in mind that the whole lifetime of the game in general for Oblivion 4, well, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, did 9 million sales in its whole lifetime. Now, obviously, 9 million players doesn't equate to 9 million sales, but that's still a lot of sales, right? And if we're looking at this, Oblivion is number 2 on the PlayStation top list. But yeah. But I think this is a really, really genius move, right? Now, I haven't been told this. I've just been hearing, well, and all. You know, I mentioned it in Boom's stream, so I'll mention it here as well. Like, Boom was talking about Vegas and the potentiality of that getting a remaster. I've heard similar things just through the grapevines, nothing of concrete, but just stuff that I've heard. So take that as you will. I'm not saying it's happening, not happening, just what I've heard. But I think that what they're doing here is going to set you up for Elder Scrolls 6. Now, let's be real here. You know, they've announced Elder Scrolls 6. It is coming probably 2045, 2055. You know, I think flying cars might be a thing by the time Elder Scrolls 6 actually lands on Xbox and PC. And whatever is going to be a PlayStation by then, or maybe it's just going to be called just PC and cloud gaming by the time it lands, right? Because you know, maybe our grandkids are going to be able to play Elder Scrolls 6 when it lands. But these remakes are probably bringing in new customers and new players into the franchise and getting them ready for when when these people have to tell their grandkids about the amazing things that Elder Scroll is, so they're ready and primed for Elder Scrolls 6. Do you know what I mean? I think that's what they're doing. They are, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to do their 900th release of Skyrim and this time give it the remaster remake treatment. You know, it'd be awesome if they even did that for Morrowind. You know, letting people know where it started. But it will get the thing that this is doing now, especially with Game Pass being there, it's getting more people into the Elder Scrolls universe. So by the time Elder Scrolls 6 lands and, you know, my kids, you know, are ready, they'll be able to experience Elder Scrolls 6 like firsthand for themselves, ready with all that knowledge primed. So, you know, I think that that's the idea where they're going with this. And I think it's a good one. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, he doesn't have to do that. I can cover that. After all, is Devin still number 1? Oh man, you guys slacking. You left him at number 1. He's like 100 points ahead of John and 125 ahead of Byron. You guys let him win. But hopefully this opens up the avenue for other stuff, right? And you know, like what I would like to see is like a remake of Fallout 1 and 2. Those were ARPGs, but imagine them changing from an ARPG, having the same story, but having that complete remake in a modern FPS style of game. Could work, and it could definitely bring more people into the origins of Fallout, because a lot of people are looking at Fallout 1 and 2 and just saying, it's not my thing, but that would be like a complete change to the way the game was, and as long as they keep the story the same, it could work. Invictus, that's, you know, there's more chance of you seeing a flying pig on a golden chariot literally delivering you your pizza than you are with seeing Bethesda release a finished game that isn't full of bugs. In fact, I'd go even further and say that that golden chariot being rode on by a pig is probably going to bring you the winning lottery numbers as well. It's just an ARPG, right? Let me bring it up. And Invictus, you know I'm right. You know I am right. Hey, Arthur, how's it going? You know I'm right. You know, there is not a single thing I said that was lies. Nothing I said there was lies. So this was Fallout 1, right? So this is like really old. No matter how much they want to remake this in the same style, it's just, I don't think it'll work in this day and age. So they'd need to turn this into a proper 3D game. Devin. He didn't appear. But yeah, so this is basically Fallout 1 or 2. One of the two. But yeah, 9 million players though in 3 months is crazy. No matter, I don't, you know, regardless of Game Pass or not, 9 million players in 3 months is a huge milestone. Huge. It just goes to show, no matter how many problems Bethesda has, their fans will love everything that they release. An Oblivion remaster, which in my opinion was a remake anyway, will be goated because that game just looks so amazing. They did like crazy good work when it came to Oblivion 4. I do actually, Susano. Pandemonium. You are talking about this. The old Pandemonium game. Pandemonium PS1. Something like this. If I'm not mistaken. Let's get to the actual gameplay. Where the world actually turns around with you. If they'll eventually move to the right, you'll see what I mean. But stuff like that. So this was one of the first, if I'm not mistaken, 2.5D games. I actually had this on my Nokia N-Gage. Like, gaming has come a long way, hasn't it, folks? From the old days of gaming. Just think, this used to be literally what we used to play. Just jumping around and collecting coins. But yeah, this is 2.5D. Yeah, like Lenoa. That frame rate though, man. Oh, it's making me sick. We have become so snotty when it comes to frame rates. But yeah, so that is basically 2.5D. I can see that working. I can totally see that working. I mean, games were simple back then, right? Finally, this is what I'm gonna end on. The next Xbox. Apparently, there's been some leaked spec. I know Holt has had a video coming out of this. Zen 5 CPU, custom RDNA 5 GPU with fixed silicon, AI accelerated pipelines, 64 to 96 gigabyte of unified GDDR memory, 7 memory, unheard of in consumer grade Xboxes, 4 terabytes of NVMe SSD with velocity architecture that they finally have decided that they remembered that they put into the original Xbox and said, you know what, we'll still ignore it anyway and work on it with the second one. New power slot system for attachable hardware expansion. Sounds modular. Runs the Xbox OS, boots to Game Pass native UI. Plays physical. Mate, this box here is going to be like $2,000. This ain't going to be cheap. Okay, maybe not $2,000, but it's not going to be cheap. This is going to be way over $1,000. Project Magnus versus the Series X key similarities. Zen-based, RDNA-based, unified memory, NVMe storage, backwards compatible. I mean, and you know, 4 gigabytes of NVMe, 4 terabytes of NVMe is ridiculously expensive on its own. Support for 4K Ultra HD discs. Friendly dev mode environment. Quick resume. HDMI 2.1 for 8K. Focus on performance per watt. Integration with Xbox Live and Game Pass services. No. No. Xbox Live has to go. Like, this is really crazy specs, right? Really crazy specs. This is like mental, but the new power slot system for attachable hardware expansion sounds really exciting. Auto adaptive performance scaling, docks, throttles, or boosts based on use context. Unified Xbox and Windows app support. So, you know, while you're gaming, if you need to jump into Excel, you can do that. Why, I don't know. Developer native dev mode enabled by default, no activation needed, so you can install your emulators and stuff. True 4K 120 8K 60 output, so it's probably not going to have that. It might do, but the fact that they're boasting about it makes me skeptical. Modular cooling and power profiles, auto adjusts thermals, fan curves. Always on background updates, no install interruptions, custom Game Pass firmware layout streamlined. Get Hall Stick, a controller with Hall Sticks, Taz, and it becomes a thing of the past. Apparently, Bags, this is the leaked stuff. So the next Xbox will basically be called Project Magnus. And Zen-based AMD CPU that's going to be in there has already been leaked. So this is supposed to be it. This is going to be very, very expensive. Very expensive. Like, just based on these specs, this is like going to be way better than like a 6090. I'm joking. I know someone is totally going to clip that and just have that little bit there. But you guys know I'm joking, right? Probably shouldn't have said that. Mistakes were made. I regretted it the moment I said it. But it's over now. It's been said. How much do all these components cost? A lot of money. I don't think it's going to be this powerful, personally. This is a lot. Tazano, stop scaring people. No one needs to clip anything, okay? Don't do it. Bad people. Bad people. Like, my chat, like, literally hates me. Oh. You see, this is great. Over on Twitch, my text-to-speech is tied to points. Over here, it's tied to money. And it's so much more quiet around here. Yesterday, I'm watching the most emotional scene that you can get. And then it was like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Oh, it's nice having some peace and quiet around on this side. Bags, it was always going to be that, yeah. I mean, that's basically a PC. I mean, people may turn around and call that a console. That's a PC, man. I mean, but the Xbox is a PC too. I mean, what about the Xbox is not a PC? They are, Byron, but they've been saying that for a long time. They just need to hurry up and do it. The card I'm after is about 25k. Hey, Cesaro, if you're just gonna flex 25k about like that, just remember I'm still here, right? I mean, tarnished, essentially, yeah. Except for the Switch 2, that's a tablet. I mean, we've seen a steady increase in cloud now, but with the eye-watering prices that these are going to be next year, and, well, next gen, I'd say yes. I'd say yes. Cloud is going to be even more. I mean, I actually pay for GeForce Now anyway. I'm a founder member, and I'll probably pay for it for as long as I can until they tell me to piss off, but it's a good service. All right, kitty. I mean, cloud gaming for like a lot of things makes all these irrelevant anyway, right? If you signed up to like the top end model of GeForce Now, you're getting like a 4080 graphics card experience. Chaos is only a client. Tazano is the NVIDIA president. But yeah, I'll probably make a video talking about this and going over it a little bit. But this is going to be expensive. So at least there's a couple of video ideas that I've got off this stream already. But that's quite nice. Those of you that are looking forward to Grounded 2, get ready. And just remember, if in doubt, just know that someone did go out their way to make this. I still want to know who made it. I still want to know who made this. That is one cheeky. Whoever made this is one cheeky ass. That's all I'm going to say. But there's a time and a place for violence. This just wasn't it. This wasn't it. 4 more hours. Oh. And here's me getting ready for bed, because I'm going to go watch the Fantastic Four tomorrow. Excited for it. Excited. The last of exclusives. I might have to make one just for that one. I might have to do that. I might have to do that. You know what, Apex? I'm going to have to steal that one. I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm totally going to do it. I'm going to use this one and the last of exclusives as my next thumbnail. Horizon Zero exclusives. Oh, you guys are just... That's brutal, man. That's brutal. No, Ghosty. They have no idea. Literally none. Do you want to know why? Dude, I remember when my kids were younger. It's like 6 a.m. in the morning, right? And they come and they stand in there and they're like, Dad, wake up! And he's like, what's the time? Oh, go away. I'm like, Dad! And you're like, what's up? Why are you waking me up at 6 a.m.? I'm bored. And I'm awake. And it's like, at that point, the neighbors are looking in and going, what the hell's going on with all that screaming? Thinking like we're hurting the child and whatnot, when in reality, the kids got us at bloody ransom. He's got us tied up. We're the prisoners. We're the ones that are fighting for our lives. And then they're looking and they're going, what's going on with all that noise? And I'm like, think of the parents. Right? I remember, like, you know, when we took them to, when we took them to nursery. And we're like, take them in, go. Just go. Freedom. And then we go and pick them up after we've like gone home and had our nice rest and sleep, chilled out for a bit. And you go there and they're like, hi, Dad. And you're like, oh, hi. How was he today? Oh, he was great. He slept the whole day. And I'm like, so what, I'm paying you to literally supercharge these kids to terrorize me all day? What's wrong with you? It's like, think of the parents. It's like you pay all that money for them to go nursery, only for them to supercharge them and send them back. Like, no, you're supposed to do the complete opposite. Car's on fire in the park. See, that's a good enough reason. What are the fanboys complaining about now? Word 789? They're just refusing to accept that this is happening. So you've got a camp that basically says no first party game is going, like D-Batch. D-Batch is saying no PlayStation game is going to go, period. Done. We're only getting Helldivers, and we should be happy with that. PlayStation Excellence doesn't give anything. They just pay someone $370,000 for the sake of it. Then you've got the other camp who is just living in complete denial and saying that nothing's going to happen. And they spend most of their day arguing with AI about why it's not going. Like, they don't argue with real people. They're arguing with AI. I mean, I guess that's the next best thing. So at least they're not, bothering anyone. And AI is now telling them that they're coping and making fun of them. So when you've reached that stage where AI is completely and utterly mocking you and telling you that you're coping and making you look like an idiot, I think at that point you just need to stop. But they don't, because then you've got the third group who are now saying, oh, but the games are like 5 years old or 7 years old, or this is a masterstroke strategy by Sony to make more money on IPs that don't make any money anymore. Wait, what? Wait, what? It's like, wait, what? Oh. And look, like I said, the question that I was asked, I'll ask to anyone in here as well. Especially if you're a PlayStation fan. This was asked to me as an Xbox fan. And it was asked to me when I was having a private discussion with Paris over on Discord. And, he asked me, why does it matter? If that game is played by someone else, why does it matter to you? How does it affect you? And really, it was at that point where I realized, it's just the way I've been socially engineered back from the old days of Sega and Nintendo, where you just didn't do that. But then again, back in those days when we had problems and you'd go and play a multiplayer game and knock the other one off the sofa and win in a game of Mario Kart, for example. And then you'd go back to your games playing Sonic because you beat him at his own game, even if you did drop kick him off the sofa. It was fair game. In today's day and age, it's just death threats and everything else. Exactly, words. It is. And like I said, why does it matter? I mean, why would they hire someone for 370,000, Snowball? They don't have any other live service game. Marathon and Destiny are being handled by Bungie. What's the other game that they've got? Fair Games is probably going to get cancelled. They cancelled the other 10 live service games. Helldivers is already coming to Xbox, so they don't need him to do anything for those that are pre-existing. It's for the new stuff that's coming. And if you don't have any live service games, because you have no live service games, what exactly are you doing it for? It has to be. And in that job listing, it didn't say live service. It said PlayStation Studio titles. That covers everything. Now, what I don't think we'll see is day and date for a little while. That I will say. Maybe with a Marvel game, potentially, yes. I can see that because of just how bad the contract is with that. I can see that with the Marvel. But for anything else, no. I mean, I've been hearing people saying that Galactic is going to be day and date on thing, and that's why it's being pushed. But let's be realistic. Galactic will probably be day and date with PlayStation, PC anyway. And that game ain't coming until 2030. They've only just started writing the script on Galactic, right? Neil Druckmann has only 2 weeks ago started writing the script for Galactic. That game ain't coming for another 5 years, man. That game is out. That game is PlayStation 6. Don't expect it on the PS5. Maybe cross-gen, but don't expect it coming like as a PlayStation before the PS6 releases. But if they do like any remakes and remasters, those will be day and date, guaranteed. But I think it'll be a while for anything else that's like, I mean, they're not making a lot of games anyway. They're doing third-party contracts, sure, but in terms of like first-party games, they're not doing a lot at the moment. And these games will just bring in more revenue. It's called Intergalactic. Don't make them. Fine. But you get the point. So I see it happen. You know, I see it eventually happening, but I think they're a ways away from day and date. But we'll see what's going to happen over the next few months. There's Gamescom just around the corner, which I'll be streaming here, and then we've got I've also been contacted to post-stream the future games. You know, the PC future games thing that we did last time. So I'm probably going to do that as well. So they've reached out to me, and were happy with what I did, and so they want me to stream that as well. So that's cool. So I'm gonna reach back out to them and say yes. I'm definitely up for it. And then the rest is for the video games live. On everything, that includes when it was given away on Epic too, but given the sequel has only sold about 2-3 million, you have to assume Xbox PC has a fair number of sales. Yeah, it does. I mean, I bought it personally on Xbox. I now own it on Xbox, PC, PlayStation. I don't know where I'm going to play. I mean, I'm playing through Death Stranding 2 at the moment, but I am going to go back at some point and play Death Stranding 1 as well, because there's a lot of stuff I'm not getting the context for, and that's kind of sad. And I wish I did. Hey, Daniel Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. See, guys, we're getting closer to that 8,000. And then we're going to get closer to that 9,000. And then we hit my milestone for the year of 10,000. One step at a time. Yeah, I got it free on Epic, but I got it on PlayStation as well. I just didn't get around to playing it. Been playing Death Stranding 1 on Xbox PC. It's play anywhere, so yeah, I'm gonna probably play it on PC. I think that'll be the best place to play it. I also have an invisible bridge to sell you, but you probably won't buy that. Time will tell, right? Time will tell. Marathons was already coming to Xbox anyway, so that's a no-brainer right there. And if Sony's gonna decide to only give 20%, then they're gonna lose a lot more money when they do the same thing for Call of Duty. So I don't think Sony is that stupid. I'm like, I get it. That's what fans want, but Sony likes money, and they're not going to jeopardize Call of Duty money for Marathon. Of all games, Marathon, which is not going to do well. And Fair Games is probably getting cancelled after the director walked out and said, F this shit, I'm out. So God knows what's happening there. And the other 10 live service games got booted out of the door anyway. So there are no live service games for Sony. Helldivers 2 was the only real successful one, and that's already been announced, coming on the 26th of August. That's published by PlayStation PLC. So that's it. What other live service game is there? You don't pay someone 370 grand for one game that might get cancelled. Like the data doesn't add up. You know, I'm using Nibs's conversation here because I know you guys love Nibs, but the information doesn't add up. You don't pay someone just under $500,000 to come in for a game that's potentially getting cancelled, because the rest of the stuff are already out there. It doesn't need his management or her management. And Helldivers is already done, signed and sorted by whoever was dealing with it. So that's done as well. You don't pay someone just under $500,000 for one game that has a 50-50 chance of being cancelled. It's clear that this is not just those games. You know, it is going to be based on the hardware. And guess who said that? Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer said it's not going to be about the content, it's going to be about the hardware on where you want to play your games. So do you like trophies or achievements? Are your friends going to be over at PlayStation or at Xbox? Is your library, all your games on PlayStation or Xbox? If your library is on PlayStation, you're not buying an Xbox. But if your library is on Xbox, you're not going PlayStation. It's really that, it works both ways. But being able to interchange your games means that we overall get more games. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here, and I've always maintained this, and I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I see the reason for exclusives, right? It's not to, I don't care about it selling the hardware. I know that's one of its key functioning roles, but the simple fact is an exclusive game tailored for one hardware generally works better, right? It can pull out all the bells and whistles. But if you're looking at what is truly exclusive today, it's very little, because everything is cross-gen. There's very little. What has Naughty Dog done? A lot of them have done nothing. I think Ghost of Yotei is one of the only few games that is going to be truly exclusive. Gran Turismo 7 is cross-gen. Astrobot is exclusive. Although I still think that could have been done on the PS4 Pro. And Demon Souls, I think that's it. Demon Souls and Astrobot are the only true exclusives for PlayStation that utilize the hardware. Everything else is cross-gen. So at that point, you're not utilizing the hardware. Correction. Phil Spencer said, and you can go and watch this, right? Not lying. You can go and watch it. It's only 4 games. Don't expect more. This isn't to say that, we're going to open the floodgates. We're just releasing these 4 games, and we are going to see what it means for the business. See, that last part there, which everyone, and including myself, chose to ignore, is the key. What it means for the business. If it does good money, we're doing more. If it doesn't do good money, we stop at those 4 games. That's what that means. Sea of Thieves made bank on PlayStation. Bank. And so it opened the floodgates. Helldivers right now is your 4 games. If Helldivers fails on Xbox, because let's be realistic, that game was pretty much primed for Xbox. It is the perfect type of game to release on Xbox. It's a bro game. It is a game that is up Xbox's street. If that game doesn't sell and doesn't make money for PlayStation, nothing else I don't think is going to come. I think they're going to abandon it entirely. But if Helldivers does well on the 26th of August and all eyes are going to be on that and sales are really good, that is going to open the floodgates for everything else. That's what it all comes down to. Like, I'm not dismissing what you're saying, but there are people often refer to that it's just 4 games, and they don't refer to the whole conversation that was had there, the whole sentence. And like I said, when we were listening to it, I don't know if Bags is still here, because he will remember when he turned around and said, "Chaos is right." And I remember that because he never says I'm right. But he turned around and said that I was right at the time. It's just 4 games, because even I didn't want to listen to what was being said. Right? I was being ignorant to it too. It's just the thing. But he told us openly in that meeting that if those games sell well, more is coming. And it did. And there you have it. I mean, right now, just realistically looking at it, where is it? I'm just going to show this. Where is it? Did I close it? I think I might have closed it. Oh, that's a shame. I think I did close it. Yeah. Oh, I didn't. This right here. Sony's going to be looking at this and saying, look, the most popular games on PlayStation right now aren't our games. It's Xbox games. And they're going to want to emulate this over at Xbox, because that's just money. Right? Forza Horizon 5 isn't making any more money on Xbox. Oblivion naturally was, but that's a legacy game. Call of Duty, Doom, Indiana Jones, Minecraft. But they're going to want to be pushing these games over to there as well, on IP that's just not making any money. What is Uncharted doing for PlayStation right now? It's not selling consoles. It's not doing anything. It's just a dormant IP. How many more times are they going to remaster or remake or repackage The Last of Us? There's only so many times that they're going to see the PlayStation community as gullible fools to buy the same game over and over again, right? There's only so much they can do it. They can do that thing. But the second series is coming out, so they're going to want to capitalize on that. Spider-Man 2018, that's not selling PlayStations. Miles Morales isn't selling PlayStations. Hell, I'd be surprised right now if Spider-Man 2 was selling PlayStations. At the moment, those games are sitting dormant, the IP, and they're going to be looking at that, because they're looking at this data here and saying, right, people are buying these games that have been out for a while. Forza Horizon having hit 3 million sales is crazy, when Gran Turismo 7 exists. And here's the thing, to counteract what you're saying there about the Series S, right? Sony realizes that. The rumored limitations, like significantly reducing memory bandwidth, could severely impact the system's performance for the PS5. Demanding games will run poorly in power-saving mode, without the developer's intervention, which is a lot to ask if power efficiency is the only goal. Why do you think they are creating a lesser powered version of the games to run on the PS5? Why would anyone want this on a PS5 console? That's purely for the Series S. Right? What they're doing there is purely for the Series S. There's no other reason why you would turn around and say, my machine runs like a Ferrari, but I'm going to turn it down to a 1-liter engine. Why would anyone want to do that? I paid $700 for that console. Well, I mean, I didn't, but you may have done. And I want to get the full performance out of it. Why am I going to, cut the machine's performance? But they're adding a feature in there that actually does that. Why would they do that? The Xbox Series X is not $815. You are 100% wrong. It is $499. You're talking about the limited edition one. Just go for the basic edition. Compare it to the basic edition. No one needs to buy the special edition. The basic edition is, $500. I appreciate that, dude. Don't get me wrong. I think, you know, Sony has a lot going for them in terms of their hardware. But this is where I think the differentiation will be. I think it's going to be on the hardware. And so people are going, and that's how it should be. You should be, you know, picking your platform of choice based on the hardware. And if you like the Sony offerings, you go Sony, and that's perfectly fine. And if you like the Xbox offering, you go Xbox. It's that simple. The PlayStation Pro right now is $200 without a drive, $300 with a drive, more expensive than the Series X. So it should be more powerful. Saying, you know, saying that it's not more powerful, that would be an insult to PlayStation consumers that actually bought the device. I mean, I don't know how the states work in the US. I mean, here in the UK, it's £700 for the Pro without a drive, 800 with the drive. It's £450, I think, for the Series X. It's £500. If it ever loads. I think I've got just too many tabs open. 2K has already said that's not true. So, although they might be delaying it until September next year, which would fall in line with the next Xbox release, and if that is to happen, then GTA 6 will be best played on the next generation Xbox, because that will then be the most powerful console out there. Looks like the Xbox website isn't loading. That is a shame. Now you're talking about the special edition. If you're going to compare the special edition, you compare the 30th anniversary of the PS5 Pro. Right? You compare the $1,000 version of the PS5 Pro. That's a fair comparison. You've got a special edition and a limited edition, even though it's not limited anymore because it got re-released. But that's the version you compare. But if you're comparing the base models of those consoles, then you compare the basic Xbox Series X to the basic PS5 Pro. Otherwise, that's just being disingenuous. Holy shit, what the fuck is that? Chat, I think I'm about to be murdered by some kind of bug I've never seen before. It's got antenna rays and everything, and I am genuinely freaking out. So on that note, I think I am going to call it. And holy shit, it's coming my way. So I'm going to call it here. It's been a great stream. I don't want to die anytime soon. I'm going to have to deal with this in record time. So have a great stream, everyone. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. And I will see you all next time. This is literally not going to happen right now. I need to get this sorted. It's already late anyway, so I was planning on ending the stream soon. It's midnight. Thank you so much. Hate to run off like this, but this is literally... Holy shit. Okay, I'm out. Peace. Holy crap, what the fuck?